When you come back, you'll do roll call, but then you'll recess again until 5:45.
Oh, yes, let me get started and let you make your announcement, and then we'll be able to carry on because we are at 5:01. Let me get you back up there. So I'm sorry, Kurt and Porter, are we all good?
We are ready here, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Sorry for the delay. Welcome everyone to the Tuesday, March 1st, 2022 City Commission meeting. To begin with, I will let Sherry Riedemann give us some opening announcements.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say that tonight we do have an executive session on the agenda. When the motion is made to recess into an executive session, the commission will leave this Zoom meeting and go into a separate Zoom meeting. When the time scheduled for the executive session has elapsed, the commission will return to this Zoom meeting and reconvene the regularly scheduled meeting. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you so much. We will dismiss at this time for our executive session.
Need a motion?
Oh, we need a motion. I apologize.
Do we need to take roll call?
Oh my gosh. Killer. Yes. Thank you everyone for helping me in this moment. I appreciate your teamwork. I would like to take roll. Vice Mayor Larson.
Here.
Thank you for being here. Commissioner Finkeldye.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Littlejohn.
Here.
Commissioner Sellers.
Present.
Excellent. Sherry, we are, Mayor Shipley also here. We are here, Sherry. Are we good?
Commissioner Finkel, I can make a motion.
Go ahead.
No, Commissioner Sellers wants to. We'll let her do it.
It only helps with fluidity, so I can get better at these. This is Commissioner Sellers. I move that we recess into an executive session for approximately 30 minutes to discuss privileged legal communications from the city's attorneys regarding potential litigation pursuant to KSA 754319 subsection B2. The justification for the executive session is to keep attorney-client privilege matters confidential at this time. The City Commission meeting will resume in its virtual format in accordance with resolution number 7388 at the conclusion of the executive session.
This is Vice Mayor Larson, I second.
Mayor Shipley, I have a first and a second. Commissioner Sellers.
Sorry, I was taking a bite of my burger. Aye.
Vice Mayor Larson.
Aye.
Commissioner Finkeldye.
Aye.
Commissioner Littlejohn.
Aye.
Mayor Shipley, aye. That is 5-0. Sherry, now are we all right?
Yes.
Let us away. I will see you all at 5:45.
response. We'll see. Smith? Here. Voigt?
Yeah, and that
Here.
consistency is.
Weems?
helpful, I think,
Yeah.
Here.
ultimately.
And Weigel? Here.
Kurt?
We have a quorum.
Okay.
Great. Hi, everybody. I guess we've already called the meeting to order and done the roll call. So we're moving on now to public comment. Is there anybody on for public comment?
Then I wasn't sure, because with Danielle leaving, also, I'm confused because TGT is being overseen by Parks and Rec.
I think that's right. I'm not sure.
That's what the word on the street is, that that's what's happening. So I didn't know if, so what I did was I drafted this for you just to try to give you that quarterly forecast. So those are my TGT grants. We're doing it chronologically like we've done in the past so we can, you know, not overspend,
Right.
obviously. And then I've got other arts and culture things. So I'm just giving you, I was gonna email that and I thought, oh, wait a minute, do we need to have a meeting with
Yeah,
all the
so-
TGT folks and
Right.
say, how are we gonna, you know,
Right.
what's easiest for Jeremy on this? Cause we unfortunately are always a quarter behind, even though we know revenues are looking good,
Right.
they aren't there yet.
Yeah. Yeah, so we probably should invite the parks people. I wasn't aware that they were taking over the TGT grant,
Well, that's
but
not,
they're taking over the non-grant.
but they're taking over the TGT fund effectively. That's what I was told. Which
Yeah,
is,
that's what I mean. I
that-
haven't heard that.
I can't
I
remember
thought they
how.
were just taking over Explore Lawrence and downtown.
Well, ultimately, I think TGT grant goes under unmistakable identity, so,
Yeah,
I mean, I'm
I'm sure they all
implementing it
do.
this year, so
Right.
that's fine. And I'm not pushing for anything, I'm just trying to, what happened was I had a meeting with them a couple weeks ago with Kim Onspach. This all came up, I didn't know about it and learned about it there. Grants
Great. Hi, everybody. I guess we've already called the meeting to order
awarded
Um,
all applicants.
and done the roll call. So we're moving on.
Agreements that we're working through
For the community art grants.
for the TGT grants.
Oh,
I haven't even done the community art grants yet. So I can email that to you too. I just thought I'd print it out since I had it in my drafts just to explain what my thinking is.
okay.
Thank you. When will you know the next payment from the state?
They let us know a week before they send it.
And that'll be approximately,
I don't know. I want to say April.
okay,
I think that's right.
so it is quarterly. Okay.
It is quarterly. It's just different than the other things the state gives us. So everything.
No, I know,
Has a
and
different
it's
time,
amazing,
but I
Jeremy, how many
think it's
times
April.
I've explained this to people. It's just like, nobody seems to really grasp that the TGT fund is pretty unique. And that you
Right.
can budget whatever you want, but until you have the money, you can't spend it.
Yeah, I mean, the real problem we're in is that we don't really have that cash cushion going into the next year.
Right.
So we actually are using money that we received in January to pay for things that we spent last year,
Yeah.
which is not a good place to be, but we're gonna be there for a while until this grant.
Right, I think
until
that's
this
the other
fund
thing is
turns
that
around.
while Kim is promoting that TGT revenues are up, which is great, we haven't filled all the gaps from
Right.
the last 2 years, and people need to understand that. We're still catching up.
Yep.
Cool, that's good, I appreciate it.
But yeah, I agree that we probably need to get a meeting set up with, I just
I
forgot
think
her
it's
name.
Lindsay
Is she
and
the-
Derek, maybe
Lindsay
Mark
Hart,
as
is that
well.
her name?
Huh?
Lindsay Hart, is that her name?
Lindsay Hart, yeah.
Yeah, she's the person in charge of that.
Okay.
Parks.
Well, and that's my thinking too. She's brand spanking new.
Right.
I think it'd be wise to give her a meeting so you know, we've all talked.
Sure.
She understands the circumstances.
Yeah, I know she and Danielle met a couple times.
Okay. Okay.
I think they were, I don't know if they were talking about these, I think they were talking about Explore Lawrence, DLI,
Okay.
basically the contracts that Danielle was responsible for. Because there was really no reason why Danielle was ever responsible for them.
Right.
I think what happened was they were in the manager's office, and when she moved to finance, they said, here, do these
Yeah.
two.
There's a lot of that.
Uh-huh.
I'm a victim of that too, where
Yep.
I just did things before and so I
Right.
keep doing them. It's
Well,
like,
that's
wait a
why I
minute.
contacted Derek and said, just really, if the outcome of, is in your court, you guys really should be managing these contracts, and he agreed, so.
And that's what Craig's promoting it too, is that he needs to be doing
Right.
unmistakable identity. He's gonna build it into a strategic plan.
Right.
Ultimately, I do think Chancey and guest tax grants should go through them. That's
Yeah.
unmistakable identity.
I
It's not
agree.
community engagement.
Right.
So that's part of what I'm trying to do, is get all this stuff off my plate so I
Yeah.
can focus on that. But I'm also, I've been doing this a long time, so I feel guilty abandoning people, and I don't wanna do it in a, unclean way.
Sure, yeah, no, I get it.
So just convey that stuff. And we had a good meeting and I think helped Lindsay understand. I don't know if she's ever worked with TGT funding before. so
Probably
she-
not, it's a pretty unique.
Yeah, I didn't think, Parks and Rec typically doesn't.
Yeah,
So I thought, let me make sure she understands this. Cool. How you doing?
overwhelmed, trying
Yeah.
to stay healthy right now, so.
Yeah. Yeah, we just got through some cold or something.
Yep. It's going around.
Yeah.
Porter, what's this thing on executive team from you regarding parklets and sidewalk permits?
So we had a Final Four meeting today, which we haven't had in 3 years.
That's presumptive, based on.
And,
the
well,
way
it's
they're performing right
presumptive,
now.
but it's also gonna happen either way. In other words, police plans accordingly.
Sure,
Main
no, I
Street
get
will
it.
be closed.
I get it.
What's different from 2018 are parklets.
Yep,
So I just wanted to get it in the collective consciousness that we need to think about that. Because when Mass Street is
just call it what
closed.
it is, it's a beer garden for.
Well, and that's the thing,
Final Four.
when Mass Street is closed and there's no game, that's fabulous. If KU wins, those parklets become weapons, pretty fast, and it's like, how do we communicate, do we need any special permitting, and then sidewalk permits also? That goes through parks, right?
Does this include the parade, or do we probably not going that?
Well,
far
and
yet?
that's another question, is are we gonna do anything, or is KU, I don't know who does that.
I would assume KU does it.
Yeah.
I would assume they march down Mass.
I mean, I guess we are being presumptuous, because they're not having the
They're not
best
that good.
season.
Yep.
But like, so I think when we
Yeah.
did it in 2018, they did a blanket sidewalk permit so that when Mass Street is closed, the retailers could just put stuff out on the sidewalk.
I'm trying to, yeah, but that was the first and only time we've ever done it like that, right? Where we actually closed down the street.
Right, but
to-
this is gonna be standard
Okay,
practice,
now.
because you just,
Okay.
regardless of what happens, you have to prepare for.
Yeah, I don't know that we really did it as like a sidewalk sale permit. I think it was more like a right-of-way permit, like street event permit, like Derek handles now. Used,
Okay.
at that time when we did it, I think it was MSO
The
Public
reason-
Works
and
was
this-
handling those.
This is why I wanna bring it to
Yeah.
executive.
No,
team.
it'll be good to talk.
Thanks, see you, man.
Because there's something on tonight where I'm like, they didn't ask us about the fiscal impact of this, of something related to sidewalk
Oh,
sidewalk
right.
permits. Like the parklet program, every time they extend this, we're not charging for sidewalk dining licenses,
Oh,
the permanent ones. Because we can't really charge somebody for a
'Cause we
permanent
don't
one
have a
when we're
program.
not charging the people who put up these temporary ones.
right.
And so to say there's no fiscal impact, it's like, that is something I'm not charging.
Right.
That I
So
would have
so we're
charged under
losing
normal
money.
circumstances.
Well, and we're also not getting any, parking revenue.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I just saw it and I was like, okay, what is, what are they talking about now that I don't know about?
Yeah.
But that makes sense.
Yeah,
It's
and I
just
just
not
realized enough
related.
has changed that I wanted to get in front of the whole executive team and say,
Yeah.
we need to be prepared for this.
I don't know that that's an option, personally.
Which,
I mean, how are we gonna shut down, I mean, with
recess.
Roll and recess. Woohoo.
Need a motion. Sherry, or Kurt and Porter, are we all ready?
We're ready, Mayor.
Okay. Vice Mayor Shipley, we have nothing.
Mayor Shipley?
Yes. Sorry, yes, Mayor Shipley, we have nothing to report. However, there might be a motion. Let's take roll, however. Vice Mayor Larson.
Here.
Commissioner Fingeldie.
Here.
Commissioner Sellers.
Present.
Commissioner Littlejohn.
Here.
I would like to leave room for any motions. Okay, I'm not hearing any motions to extend time or go back to executive session. So I think we're a little early of the 5:45. Sherry, do we need to wait?
Yes, Mayor, you'll just want to recess until 5:45.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Here, Mayor.
Oh, there we go. All right, good. Welcome again, everyone, to the Tuesday, March 1st, 2022 meeting of City Commission. We've had an executive session. We're returning now. Let's do roll again. Vice Mayor Larson.
Here.
Commissioner Fingeldye.
Here.
Commissioner Littlejohn.
Here.
Commissioner Sellers.
Present.
Mayor Shipley here. We are all accounted for. Now I think we will go ahead and have our customary words about how we proceed with Porter Arneal.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. I just have a few housekeeping items for this Zoom meeting tonight. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. Please remember to mute yourself during the meeting unless you are speaking. The chat function for the meeting is disabled. All chats will go directly to me. Unless you are participating during the meeting, please turn your video off. This allows the active meeting participants to be seen on the screen. You will still be able to hear the meeting. When you are participating in the meeting, please turn your video on. If you have any trouble, you can send me a chat. Please remember to state your name each time you speak for the benefit of those participating remotely. The city reserves the right to mute people or turn individual videos off to minimize distractions during the meeting. And now I'll turn the meeting back over to Mayor Shipley.
Thank you, Porter. Next, we have some other guidelines from Sherry Riedemann.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a reminder to the commissioners and staff, please remember to state your name and title each time you speak. When a motion is made, the mayor will call on commissioners individually to provide their vote, then announce whether the motion carried and the count of the vote. When the mayor calls for in-person public comment, individuals should raise their hand to indicate they wish to speak. Staff present will direct you to the podium following social distancing and safety protocols. Please state your name before speaking, and comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Individuals participating via Zoom should use the raise hand function to indicate they wish to speak. The raise hand function may appear in different places on your Zoom menu, depending on the device you are using and which version of Zoom you have. Individuals will be called upon by name in the order they appear on the meeting host screen. When you are called on, please unmute and state your name. Again, comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Sherry. Next, we will approve the agenda. Are there any motions to approve the agenda or alter the agenda?
This is Vice Mayor Larson. I move to approve the agenda.
Commissioner Fingeldye, second.
Mayor Shipley, I hear a motion to approve the agenda in a second. Vice Mayor Larson?
Yes.
Commissioner Fingeldye?
Aye.
Commissioner Littlejohn?
Aye.
Commissioner Sellers?
Aye.
Mayor Shipley, thank you all. That passes 5-0. We will now move on to our recognition proclamation for this week. I don't know if there's anyone there to speak on this. Sherry, is there someone there or someone online?
I believe we were going to have someone online. Yes.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi. I'm sorry, Sherry, would you like me to read it first or would you like me to take comments?
That's really at your discretion, Mayor, but I think typically if they have comments, they do it and then you read the proclamation.
Okay. I would be happy to welcome them to speak. Please, by all means, talk about your anniversary.
Great. Thank you so much. My name is Janet Sinelli, and I'm the co-chair of the Lawrence St. Patrick's Day Parade. And it just so happens that on Tuesday nights, we have meetings. So some of the folks behind me are some of the folks who are on the committee. I do have a brief statement that I would like to read. So the Lawrence St. Patrick's Day Parade is now in its 35th year, and we are having a parade this year on Thursday, March 17th through beautiful downtown and North Lawrence. It will be our first parade since 2019, and we are very excited. The parade committee is made up of an all-volunteer staff. Yearly, we hold 10 fundraising events with the money raised going to that year's beneficiaries, always Douglas County area children's charities. Since our inception, the parade committee has donated more than $1.2 million for the children. Even during our 2021 COVID season, the committee raised almost $50,000. This year, we are raising money for Lawrence Library Friends and Foundation, Watkins Museum, and the Jeffersons Foundation. We can do all of this because of the amazing support that we get from our local businesses and elected leaders. While I am a 2022 co-chair, I started my work with the parade as a Queen candidate. Our Queen candidates are our key fundraising arm. I learned very quickly from that experience that our parade is loved in Lawrence and that businesses from across the city look forward to donating to us each and every year. To those businesses and to this fine commission who are also incredibly supportive, we say thank you. Of course, we encourage all of you to join us on the day to cheer on this year's Queen and the members of the court. I want to take a minute to recognize the founders of our parade. More than 35 years ago, a group of guys of Irish heritage sat in a local pub over a pint and decided that Lawrence deserved a St. Patrick's Day parade. This year's committee, as we do every year, seeks to dedicate the 2022 parade to the spirit of charity, Irish heritage, and fun that they have bestowed upon us. Each year, that legion grows smaller, but their dedication to these principles grows bigger as an ever new and larger group of people continue to carry on their vision started amongst friends so many years ago. Thank you, and let's have a parade.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you and all the work that you all do to fundraise for our community and have a day of fun. Indeed, we do love a parade. I will now read your proclamation. Whereas in 2022, the Lawrence St. Patrick's Day Parade Committee is celebrating its 35th year as an organization in Lawrence. And whereas the Parade Committee encompasses 4 basic themes: to honor Irish Americans and their contributions to America, to celebrate the legend and spirit of St. Patrick through a fun, good old-fashioned parade, to promote an atmosphere of benevolence, friendship, and cooperation through the parade and other associated events, to support and exemplify the idea that charity and goodwill begins at home, benefiting your friends, neighbors, and the Lawrence community. And whereas this year's parade will be dedicated to the founders of the Lawrence St. Patrick's Day Parade Committee, Bill Sullivan, Mike Reebok, Wes Cobbler, Mike Jones, Mike Wilson, Gene Shaughnessy. In addition, this year's parade is also dedicated to the first responders, medical professionals, essential workers, and government employees who have kept Lawrence running during the pandemic, thus allowing this year's parade to arise from the ashes like a phoenix and return to the streets of beautiful downtown Lawrence. And whereas the Lawrence St. Patrick's Day Parade Committee is self-supporting and depends solely on the resources of interested businesses and citizens who donate their time, talents, and good humor to sponsor worthwhile charitable causes on a yearly basis. Now therefore I, Courtney Shipley, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, do hereby proclaim Thursday, March 17th, 2022, for the day of the City of Lawrence's 35th Annual St. Patrick's Day Parade. And thank you to the citizens of Lawrence for supporting Lawrence St. Patrick's Day Parade Committee's charity fundraisers during the months of February and March. Thank you again so much, everyone, for being here and for your hard work. Next, we will move on to our consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and will be approved by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of those items. If discussion is desired, the item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Members of the public wishing to speak to an item that's been pulled off the consent agenda will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. First, are there any items that commissioners would like to remove from the consent agenda?
Commissioner Littlejohn, and it doesn't need to be totally in depth, but I'd just like an update on where we are with, I believe, consent agenda item D9B, the resolution for the employee group 6.
Would you like to wait and see if there's someone in the public who'd like to pull it, or would you like to pull it?
Yeah, I can wait.
Okay, let's make sure, and if not, I will entertain that. Any other items commissioners are interested in? Sherry, is there anyone there in the room interested in pulling an item?
Yes, Mayor. Which item did you want to pull?
D9B, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. D9B, Mayor.
That sounds like that covers it. Is there anyone else there in the room, Sherry?
Are there any other items on the consent that you would like to pull? No, Mayor.
Okay. I do see one hand online, Sherry, but maybe I don't see all of them. I see Michael Allman.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to pull D6A and D10C.
Okay, Sherry, do you see any other hands online to pull items from consent?
No, Mayor.
Okay, in that case, I would entertain a motion. I have on my list here, sorry, someone trying to speak?
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead. Sorry, just to clarify, I have D9B, D6A, and D10C, if that matches. Okay, good. Go ahead.
Commissioner Finkel, I move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of D9B, D6A, and D10C.
Do I have a second?
This is Commissioner Sellers. I second.
Mayor Shipley, I have a first and a second. Commissioner Finkeldye.
Aye.
Commissioner Sellers?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Littlejohn?
Aye.
Mayor Shipley, aye. That passes 5-0. So let's see. I have D6A first. Sorry, I don't remember who pulled that one.
Michael Allman.
I did.
Thank you, Michael. You have 3 minutes.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Shipley. I'm Michael Allman with Sustainability Action Network. You probably noticed over time that, generally speaking, I find it a wise idea to use pretty much the opportunity of any street project to enhance multimodal transportation. As long as we're doing a project, let's make use of the opportunity when we're tearing up streets and gutters and what have you. In this case, I just wanted to bring to your attention that there's a few ideas to add to the scope of the project that I listed in the letter that's attached to the agenda item. They are something that I would hope, if the scope is added, that the consultant then would look into them and research them. I have a few, ideas, but the consultant could dig into it much more. So I just want to make sure that the scope includes that, rather than late waiter and be caught toward the end of the process like other times that have happened. So I wanted to get this out there early. The kind of things that I have in mind, as listed in the letter, would be extend the barrier wall at 6th and Iowa Street on the north side, extend that east all the way to where the shared use path crosses the highway ramp. Then also that shared use path then will be extended to Wisconsin Street. And it's very puzzling for a bicyclist at that point what they're supposed to do. So I'd suggest that the SUP go north along Wisconsin, and there's plenty of room up to 5th Street, where 5th Street is designated, will be designated to be bicycle boulevard. Also add wayfinding signs. Lawrence, it's long overdue that Lawrence use wayfinding signs for bicyclists. Put that at the corners there at Wisconsin so that bicyclists know they're supposed to do this dog leg. And then at the crossing of the highway ramp onto McDonald Drive, the northbound ramp, I think it'd be wise at a highway ramp to put a rapid rectangular flashing beacon there. Cars are going 35 miles an hour and accelerating as they go onto that ramp. And then finally, on the east end of this project, there's a space at the south side of the street, the pavement of 6 feet that's wasted lane of no use. When the street was restriped in 2006, I believe, they added a center turn lane and that little section was left over. It could be restriped differently with slightly narrower lanes, and that could become a bicycle lane, a protected bicycle lane. So I just wanted to put those out there as something that I would hope the scope of the project could include. And it would, as I estimate, add maybe 3.2% to the whole project, maybe $100,000. I'm kind of pulling that out of my hat.
Thank you, Michael.
Okay, thank you very much.
I don't know, is there anyone from staff who can discuss the design as it is right now?
Yes, commissioners. This is Steve Lashley. I'm a senior project engineer with MSO. As part of the design scope, for example, the shared use path crossing treatments are a part of the design scope and will be reviewed. So that will be looked into. I would say on the corridor where the shared use path is planned for design is between Iowa and Wisconsin. But the rest of the 6th Street there between Wisconsin and Tennessee Street, for example, is not on the bikeways plan.
That's interesting. Do you have any indication as to why it's not on the bikeways plan?
It's this Steve Lashley, senior project engineer. Parallel routes that are on the bikeways plan are 5th Street and 7th Street that run parallel to the corridor. Those would be the alternate routes. And I think Michael touched on, some of the wayfinding, in terms of the signage, from Wisconsin, going up Wisconsin to 5th, and that request or recommendation from Michael on that. So that takes you to 5th Street would be the designated routes that are currently on the plan.
Mayor Shipley, remind me which plans you're referring to.
This is Commissioner Solar. Steve, you're on mute, so we didn't catch your reply to that.
Oh, excuse me. Again, Steve Lashley, Senior Project Engineer. That is on the Lawrence Bikes and County-wide bike plan for routing 5th Street and 7th Streets.
Does that entirely coincide with our transportation plan, or are we sure everything's been cross-referenced in terms of our strategic plans?
Again, Steve Lashley, Senior Project Engineer. It is on the approved bikeways plan, which is 5th Street being a priority funding network as part of that, which ties into a constant park, shared use path, and bike loop routes.
Mayor Shipley, are there any other questions for staff or for Michael Allman? I'm not seeing any. I think we do need to make sure there's no general public comment on this. Sherry, do you see anyone there?
No, Mayor.
Mayor Shipley, is there anyone online interested in commenting on this item?
Nope.
Thank you, Sherry. I appreciate it. Let's go ahead and bring that then back to commission. Is there any discussion or concerns about the completeness of what we have in front of us?
This is Commissioner Sellers. Just to make sure I'm tracking correctly, specifically to the bikeway wayfinding. So they are noted they're noted in the bike plan, and we know that the shared use is brought up in the scope of practice for this particular project. At some point, those two will intersect each other. So it sounds like Mr. Allman was bringing up the use of the wayfinding signs in relationship to this project. And if we were to add them, would it come based on the bike strategic plan, or would it be based on this, the work based on what we get back from this, the design piece from this? Sorry, I'm losing my words today. Eating that one half of my Girl Scout cookie didn't suffice enough. So I guess what I'm saying in short is, if we were doing the wayfindings, would that be a part of this project based on, while it is identified in the scope of, it's in the bike plan, but it's not part of this scope, do we need to add it as part of this scope? Or since it's already been identified in the strategic plan for the bike paths, it could potentially eventually be added. It would eventually be added at some point.
Yeah, this is Dave Cronus, the engineer. I might hop in. I would say that bikeway wayfinding signage is something that was identified in the Lawrence Bike Plan for future consideration. We haven't yet developed standards yet for the signage and a comprehensive plan on where to sign bikeways. So that's something that I think that we could certainly consider. In regards to the bike plan itself, it was adopted by the city commission. There's a lot of process that went into that. So there's, as Steve mentioned, the bike route is from Iowa to Wisconsin, and then continues from Tennessee to Mass Street. So in between, the bike route is on Wisconsin and 5th Street, and then there's a bike route on 7th Street as well. And so we would not consider putting bike ways on the street, on a street that is not in the bike plan.
Mayor Shipley, I'm not sure I totally heard the wayfinding answer there. Are you telling me that we need an entirely separate project, maybe a CIP project or something else that will help bicyclists wayfind, and it's not included, or certain percentage of it or certain amount of it's not included in a project like this?
This is Dave Cronin. I think that would be the best strategy, is to have a project to install wayfinding instead of doing it in a piecemeal process. So it was one of many things in the Lawrence Bike Plan to consider. And so I think that is something that we could look at in the future, to have a standalone project to include signage. But to just do it in one location, I don't know if that will be beneficial. And we have not done any improvements on 5th Street yet for bikeways. So that's a future bikeway. I think it was identified as a bicycle boulevard in the plan. but it is not, it's a future project as well. So I think that signage could be done with the extension of the bikeway when in the future from 6th and Wisconsin to the north and then on 5th Street.
Any further questions from commissioners?
Commissioner Finkel, I'll make a motion if we're ready.
At your leisure.
Yeah, I guess I'd just say, I mean, I appreciate Michael's comments, and I think those are things we want to look at, but at this point, you know, that 6th Street's not in the plan, so I go ahead and support the, you know, what's before us so we can get this work done. So I go ahead and move to authorize the city manager to execute the task order number 4 to the existing engineering services agreement in the amount of $233,821 with BG Consultants for 6th Street from Iowa to Massachusetts.
Vice Mayor Larson, second.
Mayor Shipley, I have a first and a second. Commissioner Finkeldye?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Littlejohn?
Aye.
Commissioner Sellers?
Aye.
Mayor Shipley, aye. That passes 5-0. That's something we all get to put on our list then, I guess. Let's see. Our next item pulled was D9B. Oh, thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mike Scribner, Teamsters Local 696 and Commission. I think it's important that the Commission gets a detailed account of how events have happened with Employee Group 6 vote. On December 17th, 2021, Teamsters Local 696 Office Manager Bridget Peschel emailed a core request to Jay Moore and Sherry Riedemann. On December 21st, 2021, Eliza Bittinger responded via email to Bridget Peschel that they were working on the request. On December 27th, Eliza Bittinger emailed Bridget Peschel stating they needed more time and that it should be ready by January 7th. On January 5th, 2022, Bridget Peschel sent an email to Eliza Bittinger to ask if we were still on track to receive the information by January 7th. She replied yes. On Friday, January 7th, Bridget Peschel received a list of employee names for Group 3 and 6. Group 3 had 80 names, Group 6 had 58 names. Only employee names were provided, no job titles. On February 7th, 2022, I received an email from Zach Friedel, and then I spoke with Zach via phone with Dale Crane, and we agreed to add 2 employees to Group 6 because they were already on our Group 6 list. We agreed that after the vote to add another 6 employees. With those 6 added, we now had 64 employee names in Group 6. Dale Crane reported to Sherry Riedemann prior to the vote on February 16th, 2022. Dale asked how many employees were on the list. Sherry responded with 70. Dale stated there was a problem, gave her a list that he had with him. He then realized that it wasn't correct and went and got the correct list and brought it back to Sherry. It had 58 employee names, and they both agreed to go off that list. 34 Group 6 employees voted that day. Sometime later that day, Zach Friedel, Sherry Riedemann, Dale Crane, and I had a phone conversation about the different lists. We all agreed that there were 16 employee names that were not on the core list provided to the union, and that we would have a later vote for them. We still don't have the list of those 16 employees. We don't know their names. We requested that the vote be at least 3 weeks out. It's our understanding that some employees were turned away that were not on the original list Dale provided to Sherry. They were on the corrected list he provided later in the morning. There was a second voting day scheduled for February 17th, 2022, is rescheduled to February 18th due to a snowstorm. On the February 18th vote, the city sent employees home at noon and Lawrence Public Schools were closed. Dale Crane, Sherry Reedman, and I had a phone conversation discussing the problems with the weather, school closings, employees leaving at noon. We agreed to keep the polls open and allow people to vote. We discussed having to have another vote with the additional 16 and the possibility of those not being able to vote, being able to do it then. I'm sorry.
Can I yield my 3 minutes to him?
It's at the mayor's discretion whether you can.
Mayor, I have just a few more things to say and I'm done. I was reading as fast as I could, ma'am.
I'll give it 30 seconds. Do your best, please.
9 Group 6 employees voted on February 18th. It's completely up to the commission whether the 16 are included in Group 6 or not. We don't have a stance either way. If the commission decides to include them, they should be allowed to vote along with the others in Group 6 that haven't voted. We have never been provided a list with both jobs and names together. Of the 16 in question, we know there's 4 different job titles, but we have no idea what they do. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. Thank you for the additional time. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you very much. I'll bring that back to commission. Commissioner Littlejohn, you had questions. Did you feel that addressed any of them, or would you like some further comment from staff?
Yes, Commissioner Littlejohn, thank you for that, Mayor. I would probably like further comment from staff and also to see if what Mr. Scribner is suggesting is possible. Ultimately, I would like further comment from staff.
Sherry, would this be something you could speak to?
Zach is also on Zoom, I believe, but I can say that on February 18th, I provided a list for roster group 6 subgroup to Dale Crane, and it includes the employee names and the position title. And then I'll let Zach respond to
so much,
some of the other questions.
Thank you. Zach?
Yes, Commissioner. This is Assistant City Attorney Zach Friedel. I'd be happy to answer any questions. I don't know if you want me to give a general overview or if you have anything specific you'd like me to respond to.
Maybe I'll leave that to Commissioner Littlejohn. He maybe had some specific concerns.
Yeah, it's just not too much, Commissioner Littlejohn. Just that would it behoove us to go ahead and schedule another vote for those folks that possibly missed it on the snow day, and would there be any problem including any other people that probably missed as well?
Thank you, Commissioner. This is Assistant City Attorney Zach Friedel. I think it's up to the commission whether you want to schedule another day based on the snow event. The resolution in front of the commission today addresses our concerns of some employees who are excluded just based on a mixed up in the list. So the resolution as it stands now would address our concerns to allow those 4 additional positions to vote. Whether there were concerns about weather, I haven't heard any, but maybe other people have, and that would be at your discretion. Sorry, one more thing, that is not included in this resolution, so we would have to come back with another resolution before that time.
Commissioner Littlejohn, another resolution addressing what part exactly? I'm sorry.
This is Assistant City Attorney Zach Friedel. The resolution in front of the commission today is for the employees that were in the discrepancy between lists between Teamsters in the city. And so on the day of the vote, we went with the Teamsters list, and there were 4 employee positions who weren't allowed to vote. And so that is what the resolution today addresses. What I think Mr. Scribner brought up is that there could have been some weather concerns where maybe some employees who were eligible didn't get a chance to vote. And that would not be addressed by the current resolution.
Mayor, may I, on Thursday, we had 2 polling dates scheduled. Sherry Reedman, City Clerk. On Wednesday, we notified employees who had not voted on Wednesday that the Wednesday would be rescheduled, or the Thursday vote was rescheduled to Friday. So we did reschedule the one on Thursday to Friday, and employees were notified, and we did have several individuals come and vote on Friday, and the weather was clear and the roads were clear on Friday for that vote. Again, I am not saying there weren't individuals who couldn't vote, but we have reached out to supervisors and staff, and we have not been notified that there were individuals who were on that original list, we're not including the 16, that were unable to vote on either Wednesday or Friday. And additionally, we are holding that vote and not counting that vote until these additional 16 get the opportunity to provide their vote on the date that we have scheduled if the resolution is approved.
This is,
Go ahead.
sorry, this is Commissioner Sellers. I was noticed, just a quick question. I know that Mr. Scribner said in his comments that the group typically likes 3 weeks before a vote. And I know that for the February 16th and 17th dates, this was on our February 1st agenda. This is now March 1st, and the resolution is for the vote to occur on March 10th. Was there an agreement or a rationale as to why we're not utilizing 3 weeks for this next vote?
This is Sherry Reedman, City Clerk, and the reason that date was chosen is trying to balance. There isn't a meeting on the 5th. The next meeting would be the 22nd. So our March meetings are unique, and we also didn't want to schedule the vote on a date when the week of spring break, in case staff is out and not available. So then it would have to be the following week. Also, we have a lot of employees who have already voted and are waiting to hear the result of this vote. So we were also trying to balance holding the vote for those individuals for an extended amount of time. So that's where I landed on that date, is trying to balance those two things.
And thank you, Sherry. I definitely appreciate that context. This is Commissioner Sellers, and I know that the time is also for 8 to 10, and it looks like when we had the morning votes, it was from 7 to 10. Was the same rationale used for not allowing that extra hour? Is it based on the positions that, they wouldn't want to come in at 7, or is there a reason why we did 8 to 10 for this one and when we did 7 to 10 for the other voting time?
Sherry Reedman, City Clerk. In the resolution charges that I do set a date and time that is convenient for the staff or for the employees in the group. So we look at the positions, their work schedules. We try to make it convenient. So whether they can do that at the beginning of the shift or the end of their shift. When we did the initial group was the solid waste group. We started the election, I believe, at 5:30 to facilitate that vote. It was potentially 5. So considering the positions and the number of positions, we felt like 2 hours was enough time and at the right balance for those employees that were left to vote.
Thank you, Sherry.
Mayor Shipley, are there any further questions or any questions for Zach or Mr. Scribner?
This is Commissioner Sellers. Just one more quick question. So just make sure my notes are correct. Of the first wave of groups, which was group 3 and group 5, there's a total of 9 individuals that weren't able to participate in voting for, I'm seeing heads shaking, but just to finish my question. So I'm going to change that. How many individuals from group 3 and group 5 did not participate in the votes the week of February 16th?
Sherry Reedman, City Clerk. So this was just group 6. I believe what was referred to earlier as the initial Cora request was for 2 separate employee groups. We are really not discussing employee group 3 because they have not submitted a petition. Okay. So group 6, there were 4 positions that included 16 employees.
This is Commissioner Sellers. So for the group 6, there were a total of 16 of the 58 to 70 that didn't participate in the voting.
Well, that were not allowed to participate.
They weren't allowed to, okay.
Right.
So 16 weren't allowed to, this is Commissioner Solar, 16 weren't allowed to participate, 58 did. Of those 58, how many did not participate? Because of, or perceived to not have participated due to inclement weather. That seems to be what Commissioner Littlejohn was getting to. So I'm curious to know how many did not get to participate perceivably based on inclement weather.
This is Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk, and we don't typically, when employees vote, we mark that so that we are aware, so that they cannot vote a second time. A large majority of the employees voted. I can't give an exact number. We typically like to, we don't want to discourage people from voting because, you know, if they know how many, we just don't typically discuss that type of information.
Right. Yeah. This is Commissioner Solis. There's a term behind it.
Ma'am, I would like to answer your question. This is Mike Scribner. There's 17 people from the group of 58 that has not voted.
This is Commissioner Littlejohn. So going back to Zach and my earlier question, I know that would be a different resolution. How quickly could we get that going or get that back to us and get that? Because I have a feeling, it's my sense that that would dovetail everything. That we would have done our very best to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to go ahead and vote for this thing. So.
This is Zach Bardell, Assistant City Attorney. I think I would turn that over to Sherry because she is the one who organizes the vote.
This is Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk. So if that is your direction to include, to allow anyone in this group 6, in addition to the 16 who has not yet voted, we could bring a resolution back. I mean, we can pretty quickly bring the resolution back. It's just a matter of working with the groups to determine what the best date and time is. So if we brought that back we could potentially bring it back for the next meeting, but it might be the 22nd if we couldn't get a good date and time set. So it would probably be March 22nd before we could bring the resolution back because we don't have a meeting on the 15th.
This is Commissioner Seller. So the idea is that would revising the resolution, would it be, and I guess I'm thinking and talking this out at the same time, is it that it would cancel the original vote and we're now reopening it to all group 6 to include in it, so that it includes the full number of individuals who can vote, or is it, I guess that's where I'm kind of confused on the language piece of it. So does the new resolution, would it cancel out the first vote because we're now opening it up? We're having to open it up to group 6 again, which means you're allowing the same people to vote again, or are you just trying to pinpoint out those 17 in addition to the 16 that weren't part of the original list? Or not 16, sorry. The numbers are all off, but you know what I mean. I hope.
Okay, well, this is Zach Friedel, Assistant City Attorney. So I think the proposal, and again, this would be up to the commission what direction you wanted us to go in, but I think the proposal would be that just the votes stay open. Right now, the vote is open. Some people have voted, not everybody has, not everybody always will. And the idea would be that we keep this open until this last group that wasn't eligible to vote in the first voting days gets a chance to vote. And all those votes are counted at once. So the question is, who votes on this new voting day? Is it just the individuals who were excluded the first time, or is it anyone who didn't get the chance to vote? It could cause confusion for employees. And if it's your direction to cancel the first vote entirely, that would be a different direction. that we could proceed that route.
Right, and this is, thank you, Zach. This is Commissioner Sellers, and I'm not trying to put words in any one of my fellow commissioners' mouths. I'm just trying to, again, talk it out to see as far as discussion where we're at so that we could eventually get to a motion. Because I don't know where others are or where others are thinking of taking this, but.
Commissioner Finkeleye, let me start to ask the Teamsters. Mr. Scrivener, what is your request? I'm not sure. Are you requesting that we do something different than what the resolution before us?
Thank you, Commissioner Finkeleye. I guess in order of importance, I need the 16 names that were added. I do not have that yet, sir. Oh, I'm sorry, we do have it. I don't object to the March 10th date for those 16 to vote. And the people that couldn't make it because of the weather or whatever reason, and I agree with Zach, maybe they won't all show up, but there's 17 employees that we know didn't vote. I don't object to them voting on the 10th either, even if it's an individual communication to them. You know, we had a weather event, the polls were open, but the city had to close early. I have no objection to March 10th being that date either.
Commissioner Finkeleye, but I guess are you asking that we reopen it? Or you wouldn't be opposed if we did?
No, I have agreed all along to add the 16. As soon as I found out about the 16, I agreed to add them.
Commissioner Finkeleye, I meant, I guess, is anyone asking that we open the vote back up for the people who didn't vote, the 17 who didn't vote because of a possible snow event?
Yes.
Are we asking that, or are you just not opposed to that?
I am asking that, Commissioner. We distinctly had that conversation, Sherry and Dale and myself, about the schools being closed, the city closing on a Friday at noon, and I think the snow event was on a Wednesday, no, Thursday, and then it was closed early on a Friday. I think that's how it went. I can't remember the exact dates, but we don't object to people that haven't voted being able to vote. I think that's what this whole process is about, sir.
Commissioner Finkeleye, I mean, clearly we had a vote, and if it wasn't for the snow, 17 people could have chosen not to vote, and we would not be looking to just open up another date just to let people vote just because they chose not to the first time. I guess that's what I'm asking here. If we already gave them an extension, they've already had the chance, are you as the Teamsters asking us to reopen it to those 17? Yes or no? You're asking us to do that?
Yes, sir. We had 34 vote the first day and 9 vote the second day. Yes, sir. That's what we're asking.
That's what you're asking. And I guess to Sherry, what that request was made from you, what is the staff's position on reopening for people who didn't vote?
This is Sherry.
Zach? I mean, Zach could answer that. I'm sorry. Either one. Not picking any one of them out.
Sure. So this is Assistant City Attorney Zach Friedel. You know, I don't think we have a strong position on that either way. Just that it would require another resolution, and it might be something that we could discuss as we create that resolution in another setting to explain the implications of it to the commissioners. But I don't think that we have a strong staff position either direction.
Commissioner Finkel, I see Craig came on. Do you have a thought on this, Craig?
City Manager Craig Owens, it really is up to the discretion of the commission on that. And we want to support whatever direction that is.
Commissioner Finkel, thank you.
This is Vice Mayor Larson. How long, how much would it extend the election process, the whole process, if we were to provide a resolution for those 17 people to have another shot at it.
This is Sherry Reederman, City Clerk. We could work to try to get this back on next week. There's no point in adding an additional polling day for those individuals if we don't set it at a date and time that works for them. And sometimes that takes time for us to determine dates and times, in terms of the times that it is convenient for employees to vote. But we can work to bring that back to where it includes those individuals and try to keep the same date, but extend the time. That's always the key is we have employees that work a lot of different shifts. And that's why if you notice the first set was on a Wednesday and a Thursday, and one was in the morning and one was in the afternoon, trying to facilitate that. So I cannot say that it's going to extend the time of this until I look closely at the positions that are that have not voted yet outside of the 16.
Commissioner Finkelstein, does it make sense to have a vote on the 10th that we passed tonight and then a different vote at another time for the possible 17 people? Or Sherry, do we think it'd be better just to try to find a new time for everybody?
Is that a question for me, Mayor, Commissioner? Yes. Sherry Reederman, City Clerk. I would just say that, we really regret that this process has been confusing for the employees in this group already. And I'm not sure that that would be the best communication for the employees in this group, is to have not only one resolution, but two additional dates.
Commissioner Finkelstein, I guess that's what I was thinking, like just defer the item on our agenda tonight and have staff work to bring us back a resolution with a time that works for, the folks that we need, rather than passing this resolution and having another one next week.
This is Commissioner Sellers. I concur.
Commissioner Littlejohn, yeah, I would, as well as just figuring out a way to rule it into one date optimally, where we can go ahead and make sure it works with everyone's respective schedule, not everyone, but works the best, and then make sure to get proper communication out for it. And then, just have at it. And after that, we'll know one way or another.
Mayor, I just do want to also state that we did have, this item was pulled, but there may be additional public comment on this item.
Mayor Shipley, maybe while we cogitate, let's double check that there are not other public comments in the room. I see someone online. Okay, Sherry, is there someone there?
Yes.
Great.
My name's J.D. Brown. I'm a project inspector. Commissioners, I'm here on behalf of all 8 project inspectors employed by the City of Lawrence. We would like to iterate our continued disdain for the process in which we feel is corrupt. We contacted both HR department and City Attorney's Office directly about our wishes to be excluded from having the Teamsters represent us. Zach informed us that the Teamsters had been doing a very good job on working with the city on who is in and who is out. We feel that through the various delays in the election process that there have been ample opportunities to have us removed from the group. Our basic premise for being excused from the Teamsters representation and other efforts for representation by parties outside the city is that we should be classified as professional employees. Paragraph 1 of professional employee from the Resolution 7312, July 21st, 2020 states, includes any employee whose work is predominantly intellectual and varied in character, as opposed to routine mental, manual, mechanical, or physical work, involves the consistent exercise of discretion and judgment, requires knowledge of advanced type of field of science, learning customarily required by prolonged study in institutional higher learning. Our project inspector job description The definitions performs highly technical inspection engineering duties, inspecting construction projects, ensuring compliance with construction plans and documents, monitoring contracts, reviewing plans, specifications, such. Our qualifications clearly state basic construction engineering principles, skills using logic and reasoning to identify the strengths and weaknesses of alternate solutions, conclusion approaches to problems using scientific rules and methods, solve problems, ability to analyze problems, identify alternative solutions, concepts proposed, the actions implemented, and recommendations support of goals, interpret and apply federal, state, local policies and laws and regulations, maintain effective audio-visual discrimination perception, establish and maintain cooperative working relationships with policing staff and general public, maintain mental capacity which permits making sound decisions, good judgment, calculating cost and pay estimates, reviewing complex specifications, plans, and demonstrating intellectual capabilities. That's it.
Thank you. Don't go far. Sherry, is there anyone else there in the room or anyone online?
There is online, Brian Woods.
Yes, my name is Brian Woods. I am a GIS analyst for the City of Lawrence, and I've spoken with everyone on the GIS analyst group, and we all agree that we also do not want union representation. We feel that we fall under the employee professional definition that was defined on Resolution 7312. The GIS analyst definition is to maintain a geographic information system and to perform engineering support within planning, public works, or utilities departments, including design, drafting, or digitizing plats and maps, data entry of pertinent structural detail, calculating complex mathematical equations for engineering projects, and to perform a variety of technical tasks relative to assigned areas of responsibility. I emailed Zach Friedel about this, and he also agreed that the GIS analyst position should be classified as a professional employee. He also stated that because the positions in each group were already agreed upon and because the election was ongoing, it would not be appropriate to exclude us at this time. When I went to vote on February 16th, I was turned away because I was not on a list provided by the union. I was then told that I was on a list that the city had swapped out in the middle of a voting process. I don't agree with the swapping out of a list during the middle of a union vote for representation. If the list that the union provided left us off the list at that time, I also ask that you leave us off this list and vote no on this current resolution. Thank you.
Mayor Shipley. Sherry, is there anyone else online who needs to comment on this item?
I do not see anyone who has indicated they wish to speak.
All right, I want to bring it back for discussion to the commission. Well, I'm sure many of us saw the emails from these individuals. We haven't discussed this specifically. Does anyone have any comments or discussion or questions?
Commissioner Finkel, I guess I would ask city staff, Zach or otherwise, what is the position on these two groups?
Sure, this is Assistant City Attorney Zach Friedel. As a little bit of background, Resolution 7312 sets out the employee groups. And in that resolution, it states that all employees in the city should be placed into one of the 6 groups unless they are excluded by their nature of being supervisory, confidential, professional, or management. And so the question here is, do these positions qualify as professional exemption? That is a decision that HR and myself have gone through every position in the city and determined whether we think, based on their job description and their duties and similarities with other positions, whether they should be excluded. These positions were not excluded at this time. I would just clarify that I don't agree they should be excluded. I just understand the position where they're coming from of why they would like to be. My position right now is that this is not the correct time to exclude specific positions from the vote because we had already agreed on the list of positions that would be included in each group. That being said, this isn't written in stone. This is something that can change. through negotiations after the vote, whether the group decides to be represented by Teamsters, it would be a discussion with Teamsters. If they don't, it would be a discussion with HR for the purposes of future representation. It's a very fact-specific question of whether positions should be included or excluded. I don't think it's appropriate to go through the specifics of the job descriptions, perhaps an open meeting, but that is something that I'd be happy to address in another setting.
This is Vice Mayor Larson. If we went ahead with the vote the way it is now and they became part of the union, what would it take for them to be removed from the union?
This is Assistant City Attorney Zach Friedel. That would be through negotiations with Teamsters and just an agreement when we are crafting the memorandum of understanding for the next employee group to not include those employees. Based on their statements, I don't think that the union would object to that.
So Vice Mayor Larson again, so the union has the final say as to whether or not they could be removed?
Assistant City Attorney Zach Friedel. I don't think it's a final say, but given the employees' adamance in this position, I don't think the city would want to force them to be in this group and would take their arguments into account that they should be excluded for professional reasons. And it would just be a discussion and decision at that time.
So thank you. Vice Mayor Larson, once again, so who has the final say as to whether or not they could be removed from the union?
Assistant City Attorney Zach Friedel. I think it depends on where in the process we are. Right now, we don't have the vote. The vote hasn't happened, so I don't know who would remove them right now unless the commission told us to not include them. After the vote, it would be in a discussion between the city and Teamsters as part of the negotiation process.
So Vice Mayor Larson, I'm talking about if this vote went ahead and went through and they wound up being part of the union at this point in time. You say that it would be a negotiation between the city and the union. Is it a city commission final decision or is it an attorney's final decision? Who actually has that final say?
Assistant City Attorney Zach Friedel. The commission would always approve the memorandum of understanding that was created after the result of negotiation. So the commission would always have the final say.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Commissioner Fingeldie. So Zach, you're saying you think we have the vote and then take up this issue? I think the employees are asking us to take up this issue before the vote.
Assistant City Attorney Zach Friedel. I understand that position. The reason I'm reluctant to do that right now is just an issue of fairness. I think there's already been a lot of confusion with this vote. We have been providing the Teamsters with a list. We've been working with a list to make eligible voters. And the reason I've been reluctant to address that right now is just an issue of fairness and confusion for everybody involved. But certainly if the commission decides that they agree that these positions wouldn't be included, then we could take that direction.
This is Vice Mayor Larson. I would have a tendency to agree with Zach that to remove them at this stage in the middle of a vote where it's already been a confusing situation may not be the best approach at this time. Plus, we've only heard from one employee in each of those groups, those two groups. And I know they've indicated that they've got the backing of their coworkers, but we have not heard for sure. I would be hesitant about removing at this time just because we're in the middle of a vote.
Commissioner Fingeldie, let me ask this the other way. If those 16 people vote and they all apparently might vote no, and then it does not pass, what would be the next? I mean, does that end the issue? Is there a time period before there could be another petition for the remaining members? Or what's the process there?
Assistant City Attorney Zach Friedel. There is a time process set out in Resolution 7312 that if a vote fails, it would be 1 year before the next vote is taken.
Mayor Shipley, that would be for the entire group, not just this group 6 that wasn't identified, correct?
Assistant City Attorney Zach Friedel. That is correct.
And this is Commissioner Sellers. That's 1 year from date of resolution or agreement.
Assistant City Attorney Zach Friedel. I would have to look into that. I believe it's from the date the
Day of the vote.
the petition is submitted, or is it the day of the vote? I'm not sure.
Day of the vote. Day of the vote.
Mayor Shipley, so if we did not include this group in this vote and allowed the continuation of the vote till the 10th with the 58 people who've already participated, this group, whether they wanted to or not, could negotiate with HR or not to join a different group that maybe more aligns more accurately with their work.
Assistant City Attorney Zach Friedel. I don't believe the request is to join another group. It's to be excluded entirely as a professional position. And if it's the direction of the commission, then we could, in bringing back a new resolution, change the positions that are eligible to vote.
Well, this is Commissioner Littlejohn. I think initially what we were thinking as well is we were to follow along with Commissioner Finkeldye is we were going to from what I gather, listening to everyone, thinking about deferring so we could encompass it all on that one date later. So I think that would, I don't know if we, now granted, we haven't decided on that yet, but I don't know if we would need to decide that today.
And this is Commissioner Sellers. I think it goes back to the points that Vice Mayor Larson and Commissioner Finkeldye was making. To do something that abruptly in the middle of a vote could cause more harm than good. And if it's in the event that the vote happens and the vote fails, then we cross that path. If it passes, then we have a year from vote to reconsider or to review the agreement. So, I mean, I don't know where others stand. And I agree with Vice Mayor Larson. I don't think it would be comfortable to create a disruption, in the middle of such a vote. But that's only 2 votes and no one's presented a motion. So,
Sorry.
Go ahead, Commissioner Finkeldye.
Commissioner Finkeldye, I guess my concern is, if I'm understanding this, if 58 people voted, if I'm trying to do the math here, of the 58 people who voted, they could pass it 45-13, and they would want to be unionized. We add these 16 people in who all vote no, and then the vote is 30-29, and then the group that wanted to be unionized will have to wait a year before they're unionized. And we've created a situation where that's what I'm worried about, is that we're going to end up with this kind of mess we've had here, or we're going to end up with no one getting what they want hardly. I mean, if we would remove this group so they don't vote against it, then, because they don't want to be in it, then we could have the remaining group have their vote and see what happens. So this is a real mess here.
Yeah, and this is Commissioner Sellers. I guess I'm thinking about it, and we kind of touched on it a bit based on the assumption that one is speaking for 16, and we don't know that. And to Zach's point, this may not be the proper platform to have that deeper discussion. So, I think it becomes a matter of deferral then, that would be my thoughts around it.
Mayor Shipley, could we defer for staff to discuss scheduling with the Teamsters and take time next week for an executive session. So it seems like there's some legal issues here that are best discussed in an executive session. Perhaps I'm incorrect.
Commissioner Finkel, I guess I would feel better about that. I think there's a whole lot of implications here that we need to think through for all people involved. And again, I think it complicates it, to the extent about, again, even adding in the people who didn't vote last time, giving them another date to vote. Is that the right thing to do in the current situation? I guess I thought so until I heard from some other speakers. I think there's several things going on here. So I guess I'd move to defer I would support deferring this and letting staff work on that. And I agree with Commissioner Shipley. If we need a executive session, we can do that to get some legal advice on that. But I'm not comfortable moving ahead with the vote tonight on this one resolution.
This is Commissioner Littlejohn. I would concur. It's the sentiment in the inference I'm getting that executive session would be needed on this item, and we should deferring might be the course of prudence on this.
This is Vice Mayor Larson. To have an executive session, what would we accomplish with that? Help me understand that.
Commissioner Finkel, my concern is, as always, legal issues and potential lawsuits from the outcome of this vote.
Okay, got it.
There are several parties who could be disenfranchised, including members of one group. The Teamsters, if they end up not getting it and having to wait a year, there could be employees on the other side who are dissatisfied. There could be several ends on that. I guess I want to understand the legal implications of this, since it has not proceeded as contemplated by the resolution.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Mayor Larson. Thank you.
Am I hearing a motion? And make sure Mayor Shipley has the direction that she needs to carry on.
Commissioner Finkel, I would move to defer 10.9b.
This is Commissioner Sellers.
No,
I second.
no, I think that's the wrong one. It's D9. You say.
Thank you. Yeah, D9b. Thank you.
D9b. Commissioner Sellers, second.
Mayor Shipley, I have a first and a second. Commissioner Finkeldye.
Aye.
Commissioner Sellers.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Larson.
Aye.
Commissioner Littlejohn.
Aye.
Mayor Shipley, aye. That is deferred 5-0. I do also want to make sure Sherry has the direction that she needs, or staff in general has the direction they need.
Yes, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. What we still have left on consent is D10C, and then I will just, for everyone's information, suggest a break. We've been working since 5 and I make sure other commissioners have some time for comfort. So D10C, not sure who pulled that one now. It's been a while.
Michael Sellers, I do believe that was Michael Allman.
Oh, okay.
Hi, good evening once again. Michael Allman here. I'm the Vice President of Brook Creek Neighborhood. And first off, I want to reassure Ms. Buford and Mr. Ward that we're not opposing this funding proposal. Make sure that's understood. But one of the reasons we're not opposing is because our neighborhood association has not had a chance to review it at our monthly meeting. which is one of our concerns. So I just wanted to go through some of the issues surrounding this. We do appreciate, for instance, that Tenants to Homeowners is exploring other areas of the city besides the east side for affordable housing. They have a project at southeast corner of 15th and Bob Billings, for example. And then a recent planning commission of the 100-acre annexation, they were there interested in a community benefit that included affordable housing. These are all great avenues to approach affordable housing, and we commend them for that. However, in this case, for one thing, we are not happy that this is another double density project that is being located in our neighborhood, Brook Creek. This is the only neighborhood in Lawrence that has been double density, and here it's happening again. Granted, though, one reason we're not opposing it is because they've been very considerate in that it's not extremely dense. The lots they're using are 9,000 square feet, so 4,500 square feet per unit, as opposed to the minimum allowed of 3,000 square feet. So really, it's palatable, and we do appreciate that. However, the off-cycle funding request, that process by which they're applying here, we do not appreciate that. That's what caught us unawares. It was a week before it hit the Affordable Housing Advisory Board, their agenda, that we first found out about it. Our neighborhood isn't going to meet until a week from today, so we will not have had an opportunity to even look at this as a neighborhood. What we would like to see is there be a moratorium in the RS5 zoning of any trust fund purchases, such as what's happening with this unit. A moratorium until Lawrence has more affordable housing in other parts of town. And secondly, we would like to see a text amendment initiated by you to raise the minimum to 3,500 square feet per unit instead of the current 3,000 square feet. And that would be, more in keeping with the character of the neighborhood and having not much density that it would impact other properties. There's a city crew that right now is regrading the alley at 1440 Prairie, the first double density project, because of the stormwater runoff that was predicted would not happen, and yet it's been a horrible stormwater runoff. City is, at the taxpayer's expense, is regrading that. So we'd like that 3,500 square feet minimum to apply. Thank you very much.
Thank you. First, I'll be sure commissioners don't have questions, and then we'll see if there's some public comment. I presume there might be. Commissioners?
This is Commissioner Sellers. I just had a quick question. I know Mr. Allman, I want to make sure I heard him correctly. I do believe he said that these lots were zoned for RS5. I thought they were, and I'm looking at my notes right now, it says RS7. Did I?
That's correct. This project is RS7. What I was referring to, the RS5, is that when RS5 has a double density project, right now it's a 3,000 square foot minimum per unit. And we're requesting that a text amendment raise that to 3,500 square feet for RS5.
Thank you. This is Commissioner Sellers. So,
thank you,
Mr. Allman. You're one of your requests was to make a text amendment to increase the minimum square footage, 500 more square feet to a total of 3,500.
In RS5, correct.
In RS5, correct. But this project does not have any RS5 lots.
No, and we're perfectly fine with this project. We don't like the fast off-cycle funding, but the project itself is okay.
Right. And this is Commissioner Sellers. I know that I thought I saw Ms. Buford's on from tenants to homeowners, so perhaps not to force her hand, but maybe in public comments, she can speak to any future projects that tenants to homeowners may have on their horizon that might not be that may be in other lots located across the city, if that's applicable. But that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Any
I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead. Please go.
This is Vice Mayor Larson. I would appreciate it if Rebecca Buford could speak to this project and what brought it up so quickly and give us a little bit of details about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Larson. Rebecca Buford, Executive Director of Tenants to Homeowners, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. The reason it got, I don't know if any of you have tried to buy things on this market, but they go in about 6 hours. So that was part of the hurry. And I would like to comment that this is just for approval of the funding, the Housing Trust Fund money. We will still have to go to planning and replat and go through a process that Michael Allman will be well aware of and his neighborhood can speak to at that point. So I really feel that this is not necessarily a fair time to say that we've rushed this in any way, because I haven't even bought the land yet. But let's talk about why this was such a jump on this amazing opportunity. It's a 39,000 square foot lot. So when we divide it into 4 lots, there's 9,200, and forgive me if my math isn't exact, per the 4 lots. And again, this is where Michael Allman's talking about another project in the past that, is beautiful and working fine and hasn't had severe drainage issues. So I'm not sure how that's relevant to this, which also has more square footage. We certainly would not agree with moving the minimum to 3,500 because we have RS3, a zoning code that allows for a unit on 3,000 square feet. So that seems extremely contradictory that with 2 little houses, you'd need more than you need for 1 lot with 1 little house or the smallest lot size. So it makes sense that 3,000 is the smallest lot size by building code, and that's what's required for affordable density, which is truly not more dense. It's just allowing more units per lot with the same square footage per lot, right? Square footage per unit, I should say, of land. So this one is way above that 3,000. If we build 2 units on these 9,200 square foot lots, again, as Mike Allman said, they're generous. They're 4,500 square feet per unit. And that was the excitement of this, was that the majority of people that need affordable housing are 1- and 2-person households in our community right now. That's the need we're seeing. Seniors, accessible little units, things for smaller households, and that we can get a lower affordable cost for little units if we can divide the land in a more efficient way. And so we would have a 27,000 lot cost for the 7 units, including the one that exists there already. And we requested this house with this giant lot is for 189,000. And so we requested 200,000, and we need to do a little work on that house. So the nice thing is we'll immediately have an affordable little house, and then we can go to planning and replat, 3 additional lots there, or replat 1 lot into 4 and build another 6 units on that same lot cost. So, I mean, for me, that's a dream come true as far as really being efficient with our community dollars and creating 7 more units of needed affordable housing with no cost or concern from the neighborhood. So any other questions about that, jump in and ask.
Yeah, this is Vice Mayor Larson. I do have one question for you, Rebecca. The units that you're proposing on those, what's the approximate square footage of them, of each unit?
We're still, some of that is still looking at how exactly we divide the lots and what kind of setbacks would be allowed, but we're looking at anywhere from 600 to 1,000 square feet, especially several of them will be 2-story, and then we'll have some that are 1-story that would, we'd want to be accessible for seniors. And so that may be a little wider unit, but we have a 2-story that's 900 square feet. That's a 450 square foot footprint. And so that, you can have 450 square foot footprint and still have a 900 square foot unit, 2-story little house, which is one of the units that we've built with double density on 15th and Prairie. Remember, we've only done one lot where we've put 2 little houses on it and haven't heard from anyone in the neighborhood that it's a problem. And they fit really nicely within that neighborhood. So I really, I would ask anyone who's curious to drive by there and see if they feel like that's a extremely dense property or if it looks just like the neighborhood surrounding it. And we have 2 units instead of 1 big unit there to serve 2 households instead of 1.
Vice Mayor Larson, thank you very much, Ms. B.
Rebecca, this is Commissioner Sellers. Rebecca, because I'm trying so hard not to geek out about all of this right now. It could be because my blood sugar is low because I've only had a half a Girl Scout cookie. But can you talk about how you've been able to use the density bonus to develop projects like this in our community to address affordable housing?
Sure, Commissioner Sellers, thank you. I mean, I just said we've only done it with 1 and we're very excited to use it here where, again, you can see we would be able to build, 6 additional units and have the current unit there and be able to get 7 units with the same lot cost as 1. I mean, it's just lowers our lot cost. Right now, if I buy a lot, even on the east side, it's at least $50,000. If I buy a lot on the west side, it's $80,000, $90,000. If I can build 2 or 3 units on that lot cost, it just halves or, lowers my lot cost per unit. And we have so many people in need. We need supply. We hear this at every meeting, our housing supply at every level. And so this allows me to make more affordable units, and lower my lot cost per unit. And again, not saying that's all we're looking at. We're also looking at who is in need of these houses. And a huge amount of seniors and millennials that aren't married or don't have singles or a 2-person household needs affordable small houses. And so we have a waiting list right now of 30 pre-approved households. I would say 20 of those are households of 1 or 2 people that are ready to buy and cannot find anything affordable to buy. And so this is exciting if we can get a project where we buy a lot and then we can build 6 more units on that giant lot and not have the development costs of the street. And a lot of, if we're doing a larger development, you do start getting into extreme costs. The other thing I would say is this is beautiful infill development that most of the city staff is going to agree is much cheaper to do than annexing or new construction with new infrastructure. So this makes a lot of sense on all the large lots that are left, and there aren't very many. I mean, this is really probably one of the last ones, but that are vacant. Let's build, and it's still single family. We're not saying condo units. We're not creating ridiculous density, but this is still 7 units instead of 1 makes a lot of sense to me. And that's the only way we're going to get to the price points that a lot of people need as a 1 or 2 person household. Often single parent with a kiddo that only has the 1 income to buy their house on. So again, every time we can lower that lot cost, we can build more affordable units.
This is Commissioner Sellers. Thank you, Rebecca. And speaking as a geriatric millennial in our community, I appreciate the work that you're doing to address this, because I am one of those individuals who is not able to be a homeowner because of the very market that we have in the lot and the available stock, or the lack of available stock. So I do appreciate, seeing this work being done, having gone to grad school and read this and studied the work that you do, but that others in our community are doing and across the country that are trying to do to address this. This is, you're putting truth to power and truly addressing community benefit all in one. So thank you.
Mayor Shipley, we're still on commissioner discussion. I do see some public comment, but I want to make sure commissioners don't have some further questions before we move on. Okay, Sherry, is there anyone there in the room who has public comment?
No.
Okay, I do see Nicholas Ward here. Sherry, do you see?
Yes.
Okay.
Go right ahead.
Hello, Nicholas Ward here with Tenants to Homeowners, and I just wanted to chime in and offer that there's a project which came before you a little while ago by the title of Michigan 6 that was approved through the regular funding process of the Affordable Housing Advisory Board through the Housing Trust Fund. And that's an example where it's similar in some ways to this project, where we were able to find a very, very, very large lot, similar in size. I think it was a little under 30,000 square feet. That was an RS7 lot. And we did a similar process where we worked with an architect to figure out how to best utilize that space while abiding by kind of existing guidelines within code. And so we did a similar thing where we utilized the density bonus, and we're able to put six units on one gigantic RS7 lot by splitting that up and doing a replat. So that one's in process right now and going through environmental review based on some of the funding streams that we're having. But just wanted to let Michael Allman, Mr. Allman, and others who have concerns know that we are not specifically intending to put housing in any one single neighborhood, but more that where opportunities come up that offer these types of lots that allow us to make the most responsible use of the funding that we have available to us. That's we're doing our due diligence in following through and making those decisions and those improvements. And so that's what you're seeing here on Harper, and that's what you're seeing with the Michigan 6 project, and hopefully that's what you'll be seeing in a lot of other places going forward as well. That's all I wanted to offer. Thank you for your time. And if there's any questions for me, I'm happy to answer those as well.
Mayor Shipley, I do see Michael Allman, but he's already commented. So if any commissioners in the future have some questions for him, he can speak. But I want to make sure there's no other public comment before we bring it back to the commission.
No one else other than Mr. Allman has indicated they wish to speak.
Okay, thank you. I do want to bring it back to the commission here. Any quick questions before we begin our discussion? The thing, and I wouldn't honestly have pulled this on my own, it was just a thought I had, so I might want to see if Leah Roslin would like to comment. I apologize if this is surprising. is funding out of cycle, just in general. I would like to feel, obviously it went through AHAB, it has their recommendation, but I would like to know that other groups are aware that out of cycle funding is an opportunity for them. I just want to be sure, maybe groups that are in this space, but maybe didn't realize that not making the deadline was an option for them. Could you comment on that for me?
Yeah, this is Leah Roseland, Affordable Housing Administrator. There is precedent for accepting out-of-cycle applications. Last year, the Commission approved an award for the Lawrence Douglas County Housing Authority for an application for a program they had submitted out of cycle. So this does have precedent. I do agree with you, Mayor Shipley, that transparency and equity is very important in this process. And this is a discussion that I think the Affordable Housing Advisory Board has an interest in continuing to explore how we can increase transparency and equity in the process, and perhaps just embed in the application process, ongoing applications. Because one of our primary goals is increasing development of affordable housing units. And as Rebecca mentioned, the market is moving so quickly that just accepting annual applications may not be the best method towards really getting us towards that goal.
Mayor Shipley, thank you very much for helping me with that. I appreciate it. Commissioners, any other questions or comments? Commissioners, any discussion on this?
Commissioner Finkel, I'm very excited about this project. I think it's a great project. I mean, obviously there's work to be done through the zoning and planning stage, but to get this piece of property, no matter what it ends up looking like, in the hands of tenants and homeowners is what is before us tonight. And I think I'm very excited about getting it in their hands, and then we can go through the process. I mean, I will say that my initial reaction was wonder if we could get one or two more on there, more so than it was too dense. And so, but I understand the neighbors, concern, and I understand the process that we'll work through. But for tonight, the goal is to get this into tenants and homeowners' hands, and then we'll take it from there.
Mayor Shipley, if I may just also comment, not just tenants to homeowners or any developer, but that it be permanently affordable and be in the trust fund. I just want to clarify that it maybe for me doesn't matter who develops affordable housing as long as it's permanently affordable.
Mayor, I'll make a motion, if that's okay. This is Vice Mayor Larson. I approve a funding request recommendation from the Affordable Housing Advisory Board for Affordable Housing Trust Fund dollars in the amount of $200,000, and authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement with tenants to homeowners for the use of the funds.
Commissioner Littlejohn, I second.
Mayor Shipley, I have a first and a second. Vice Mayor Larson.
Aye.
Commissioner Littlejohn.
Aye.
Commissioner Finkeldye.
Aye.
Commissioner Sellers.
Aye.
Mayor Shipley, aye. That passes 5-0. Let me look at my clock here. I've heard in the past that commissioners like 10 minutes. It's an odd time. So if everyone doesn't object, I apologize. Could we meet at 7:30 and reconvene? Thank you. Shipley. I see all our, there we go. I see all our team members are back. Let me go ahead and take roll. Vice Mayor Larson.
Here.
Commissioner Finkeldye.
Here.
Commissioner Littlejohn.
Here.
Commissioner Sellers.
Present.
Thank you, everyone. Now we can move on to our first agenda item of the evening. I'm looking here.
Mayor Finkeldye, I think we have public comment first.
Oh, we do? Oh my gosh, you are right. Woo! Thank you. Okay. Anyway, public comment. Sherry, do we have anyone in there in the audience?
Yes, Mayor.
My name's Michael. I've been up here a number of times talking about Cora. And I do want to just point out real quick that if you guys remember about an hour ago, the union rep even has Cora problems in this town, getting information when he requests it. Now, I requested how much Trent McKinley made because I'm being charged $90 an hour for that man to review records from the police department. Trent McKinley in 2021 made $129,000 and some change. Now, in case all you guys aren't familiar with salary and how it all works, if you just take the hourly rate, multiply it by 2 and add a few zeros, you'll get what their annual rough estimate of their annual salary is. $90 an hour is $180,000 a year. It's about $50,000 more. So I'm paying for a guy that's being paid an extra $50,000 a year to review records. I don't have a problem paying a reasonable fee. As I said last week, I won't be extorted. I've been waiting for a while now to find somebody to step in and correct this problem. Craig doesn't want to discuss it with me, says it's not appropriate to discuss with a single citizen. Says it's going to be months or weeks, I think months, before we can get anything on the agenda to address the fee issues. But all the while, over here in this office, there's about 300 and some odd documents waiting for me to get to find out what's going on. I'm happy to pay a reasonable fee. I sent a message to Bobby Walthall, to Craig, talking about, let's get this one off the books. $50 an hour. I'll pay $50 an hour, no problem. No discussion, wouldn't even contemplate it. We're stuck on this $90 an hour that Trent McKinley does not make. McKinley made $129,000 last year. Roughly 65 an hour, maybe. I still think that's too much because Trent McKinley's not the only one that could have done that. He's probably the highest paid one that could have, but he's not the only one. I'm going to end up getting the records, guys. The difficult thing is I submitted complaints to the district attorney, and she has conflicted herself out of that. So while the district attorney is a normal avenue to address Cora issues, that avenue has been closed to me because she's conflicted. Now, if a district attorney is so conflicted that she can't handle a Cora issue, how are we supposed to handle police accountability? How are we supposed to handle general public accountability? I've never run over before, but I'm going to go a couple seconds long here, guys. I want my records, and I don't want to pay $90 for them. I don't want to be extorted by the city that I've lived in and paid taxes in for over 30 years. 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Thank you.
Mayor Shipley, thank you. Is there anyone else there?
Not in the room, but it does look like we have some individuals on Zoom. Ursula Minor.
Good evening. My name is Ursula Minor. I represent the Lawrence branch of the NAACP. The Lawrence branch NAACP is advocating with the Lawrence Douglas County Public Health and other organizations in Lawrence for passing of tobacco prevention policies for the city of Lawrence, the tobacco retail license. The tobacco industry has targeted communities of color for decades and has disproportionately impacted our youth. The TRL will help prevent systemic racism and commercial tobacco enforcement, which would help end confrontations between police and African Americans. It will also help reduce teen tobacco access. African Americans suffer the greatest burden of tobacco-related mortality of any racial or ethnic group in the United States. About 45,000 African Americans die annually from smoking-caused illnesses. All forms of tobacco are harmful and affect the health of the person using it as well as those around them. We need tobacco retail licensing because research shows there are more tobacco retailers in communities with predominantly Black and Hispanic residents. More stores selling tobacco products equals more exposure to ads and products. Licensing enables communities to know where tobacco products are being sold. It can also help officials set limits on the location, number, and types of stores that sell tobacco products. It is our hope that as you work through the tobacco policies, that you think about the effect it will have on our community. Thank you.
Christopher Berger.
Hi, good evening. I just wanted to comment on the last meeting of the commission. We had discussion about entrepreneurship and then discussion on the right-of-way. And I think those two kind of fit together perfectly as to really the problem on the first. So a lot of discussion about the city not knowing what entrepreneurs wanted or needed and wanted to study it a lot more, and spent an hour talking about that. And then in kind of perfect fashion, spent the next hour talking about a 75-page set of regulations and ordinances that contained onerous provisions with thousands of dollars of penalties and procedure, all which are enforceable on their face, but that the city would kindly always agree to waive if, let's say, an entrepreneur came with their hat in hand and on a bended knee. I hope that everyone could see how incongruous those two things are, and that an entrepreneur wants the very last thing in the world to have to go to the government in order to ask for permission to do his or her business. So, for everyone out there, I hope, hi Ursula, nice to see you again. And I hope that anyone else would, smash that like button. Bye-bye.
Mayor, that's all the public comment.
Very good, thank you. I believe now we could move on to our first item. And I have Ava Kerner here.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Avery Kerner, and I am a planner in the Planning Division. The item before you tonight is an application proposing a modification to the existing final development plan for Big O Tires at 4661 West 6th Street. The subject property is generally located to the southeast of the West 6th Street and Wakarusa Drive intersection and is included in the Westgate Plan development. The plan being revised is only for a small portion of the plan development, which is identified on approved plans as Phase 3B of the plan development. This item is before you this evening because the modification being proposed is considered a major change, which requires a public hearing and approval by the City Commission. This project proposes stacking an 8-foot by 40-foot cargo storage container on top of an existing cargo storage container on site. The container would be used for the storage of tires, which is considered incidental to the existing and approved land use on site for Big O Tires. There are 2 existing cargo storage containers on site, which are located on the south side of the property behind the commercial building. The proposed container would be stacked on top of the north container already on site. An image showing the location and orientation of the existing storage containers is provided on page 7 of the staff report provided in your packet. Stacking the proposed storage container would add approximately 320 square feet of storage space to the site. By stacking the container, this project would not increase the structure's footprint or the amount of impervious surface on site. Stacking 2 storage containers would result in an overall height of 17 feet, which meets the height requirements for accessory structures by not exceeding the height of the primary building on site. As outlined in the staff report, the City Commission may approve major changes to final development plans with an affirmative vote by a majority of the Commission, following a public hearing, and with a finding that the modification proposed complies with Section 20-1304F3 of the Land Development Code. Section 20-1304F3 contains two conditions for approval, which are included in the staff report on pages 8 and 9 as the review and decision-making criteria for the proposed modification. Condition 1 is that the proposed modification does not affect the rights of landowners within the plan development to maintain and enforce provisions of the plan development. The second condition is multifaceted and requires that 1, the proposed modification is consistent with the efficient development and preservation of the plan development. 2, that the modification does not adversely affect the enjoyment of surrounding properties. And 3, that the approval of the modification does not solely grant a special benefit to any person. In addition to planning's review, the proposed modification has been reviewed and approved by several other departments, including fire prevention, building safety, and municipal services and operations. And in reviewing the proposal, staff has concluded that the project meets the review and decision-making criteria for approval. Staff recommends approval of FDP-21-00264 for a modification to the Westgate Place, number 2, Lot 2, Phase 3B Final Development Plan based upon the analysis and findings presented in the staff report. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions you may have. And I believe we also have the applicant on with us tonight in case you have any questions for them.
Thank you so much, Mayor Shipley. Thank you. Let's make sure. Go ahead. I see.
Commissioner Finkellein.
Yeah.
I just had a question. I wasn't quite clear from the staff report. Why did we consider this a major change as opposed to one that could be administratively approved? We referred to that a few times, but I didn't quite figure that out.
Yes, thank you. This is Avery Kerner, planning staff. So the Land Development Code provides criteria for what is considered a major change to a final development plan. And in this case, I'm trying to pull up the code section here real quick so I get the language correct. But the trigger for this is that the structure itself increased in height over 5 feet or by over 5 feet. And so that's the trigger. And then a second trigger was that the structure itself was increased by more than 10% in size.
Commissioner Finkellein, thank you.
This is Vice Mayor Larson. You said it increased it by more than 10%. Is that taking into account the entire building or just the storage containers that are already there?
This is Avery Kerner, planning staff. That is taking into consideration just the storage container structure itself. By definition, the cargo storage containers are considered and viewed as accessory structure or as structures and buildings as defined in the Land Development Code. And so they are treated as an accessory structure.
Thank you.
Mayor Shipley, any other questions for staff? I think I have a question. I do see Chief Fagan is on. When reading this, I didn't realize it would have tires stored in it, and that piqued my interest. I wonder if the chief has any comments about the kinds of things that might be stored in things like this and whether or not their proximity to residential is, of course, the fire department reviews everything, but comports with your understanding of safety.
This is Avery Kerner, planning staff. I know that question was directed to Tom Fagan. I can maybe provide a little bit of context. In my understanding of fire prevention's review of the structure, so the storage of tires are considered a hazardous material, and so storing those within the containers makes them high hazard structures. But the size of these structures didn't trigger any, I'm losing the correct term, but there's no fire preventative measures such as sprinkling or firewalls separating the structures. The containers are made of metal, which in discussing the containers with the applicant and fire prevention early on, while if a fire were to start within those containers, it would be difficult to put out, but they would be somewhat contained, or that fire would be somewhat contained if the doors were closed, being that it is a metal structure. And even though fire suppression isn't required for these structures, having the tires stored within a lockable structure like the storage containers is more desirable and safer than having the tires stored in the open or in an enclosed area outside where somebody could choose to make a poor decision and light those on fire. And they're just more secure and they're less likely to be tampered with.
C.L. Maurer, the applicant from Land Plan Engineering. The other thing is these containers are also airtight. So if there was a fire inside there with the door shut, that it wouldn't burn very long at that point in time. It would just sit there, and if it does keep going, it would be a smoldering thing. We've had that discussion with the fire department several times. We are required to put a fire extinguisher by the door on each one of these containers, so that if there is a fire, they have access to a fire extinguisher just as they get into the container. There is no wood inside here. They're all stacked on metal shelving, and all of them are set up. They're not stacked. They call it riveting, where one's on top of the other. They're not. They're all side by side. So they don't allow them to actually burn on top of one or the other. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mayor Shipley. Any further questions from commissioners? All right. Mr. Maurer, I want to make sure there wasn't anything that you had general comment on. You didn't only need to comment on my question, but I would, if you have anything further to say, I would give you a few minutes to comment.
No, it was quite a process. I know this is a little different just because we're stacking units on top of what's there. But between staff and everybody, we finally figured out how to get through the process, and everybody's comfortable with it right now. So, and just to also know, these will be painted the same color as what the building is today. So as you drive by there, you won't notice it. It'll be looking like the back of the building that's there. So it won't be odd, like a red color or silver, or have Costco written on the side of it or something like that you see a lot of the storage containers have. These will match the existing building. So, and he'll keep them painted. So, thank you.
Mayor Shipley, thank you. I appreciate it. Before we go to comment, I want to make sure no other questions or comments from commissioners at this time. Nope, not seeing anyone. Sherry, is there anyone there in the room to comment on this item?
No, Mayor.
Is there anyone online who has any comments on this item?
Mayor Shipley.
Oh, hi.
Hello, Interim Fire Chief Tom Fagan. I apologize that I missed your question. I wanted to make sure that you had all the information that you needed. Thank you, Avery, for responding. If you needed any additional information, I'd be happy to answer it.
Not that it would affect Mayor Shipley, not that it would affect my opinion moving forward, voting on this particular issue or under these particular circumstances, but I actually didn't think I was going to get the answer I got. I mean, what if it was full of fireworks? I mean, should I be concerned with these structures in general? In this circumstance, everything seems at this moment to be fine. We haven't discussed, but we have all the information, and you all looked at it and had clearly serious discussion, but then that suddenly makes me concerned about other ones under different circumstances. Could you comment?
Yes, Interim Fire Chief Tom Fagan. I would add this is the value of the planning process and how our prevention division is involved in it. And so, the review process, make sure that all of the provisions that are required would be reviewed through that very formalized process. Other like structures, or really any structures for that matter, when our firefighters respond, they're always very cautious and performing a site survey when they arrive on the scene to do a risk assessment on determining their strategy for extinguishing a fire. And so we also work with other partners in the community and perform annual inspections of businesses to try to identify and create familiarity for our crews of what is contained in buildings, what the site plans of buildings are like. And that's a part of the pre-planning process. And so it's a great question. We try to get our crews out as much as possible to orientate themselves. But there is risk in our community, no doubt about it. We try to educate and have plans in place to make sure that we're effectively able to mitigate fires. But again, to really recognize the value of this formal planning process, that's where we can try to mitigate risk and control risk in a planned manner.
Mayor Shipley, thank you. I appreciate that, and I appreciate you explaining to us what goes in your process. But just, and I hope I'm not putting you on the spot, but I'm gonna. These don't require sprinkler systems, which of course other kinds of buildings do. This is what it is right now. Should I be concerned, or should staff be concerned that we reevaluate these kinds of structures, or be very particular about what can be stored in them? Because of course we know that that sprinkler systems can be very instrumental in saving lives. So.
Interim Fire Chief Tom Fagan, great comment and great question. And I want to recognize the value of fire suppression systems within buildings. Tremendously decreases the risk to people, occupants in the building, and then also reduces the chance of damage from a fire when they occur. We're always going to advocate towards having fire suppression systems in buildings. But the planning process, which has been adopted by the code, is what the city is currently working through in regards to its requirements. And so that would involve revisions of what would be required. But when you ask firefighters, we're always going to advocate on the side of greater safety for our community. So thank you for the question.
Thank you so much, Interim Chief, for being here and answering that. I appreciate it. Commissioners, any other questions, comments, discussion?
Commissioner Finkel, I make a motion if we're ready.
Can I, Mayor Shipley, let me just say one thing. I actually think these things are heinous and hideous, and I don't enjoy to look at them. I appreciate that they're doing a nice job. The applicant is doing a nice job of making them seamless and nice looking. It won't make me not vote for this. Obviously, we have certain criteria, but just on a personal note, they're not my favorite. And I hope we're generally cautious about our use of them in the community as accessory dwellings, because I'm sure there are people who would like to use them in a lot of other ways.
Commissioner Finkel, although I can understand that, I also, I think there's times in which it's better than storing things outside where they're visible and can be seen. And so I think sometimes the containing something is better than storing them outside. So I think that I understand your point, though. You ready for a motion then? I will move to approve FTB 21-264 for modifications to the Westgate Place Number 2, Lot 2, Phase 2B, final development plan based upon the findings of fact presented in the staff report.
Vice Mayor Larson, second.
Mayor Shipley, I have a first and second. Commissioner Finkeldine?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Littlejohn?
Aye.
Commissioner Sellers?
Aye.
Mayor Shipley, aye. That passes 5-0. Thank you, Avery and Chief and the applicant for being here to discuss that with us. Let's move on to item number 2. Sorry, my device has to figure itself out. The Development Long-Term Parklet Program, and consider adopting resolution number 7412.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Mark Hecker, Assistant Director of Parks and Recreation. This task item has been moved to the Parks and Recreation Department as part of the unmistakable identity outcome area in the strategic plan. What we're proposing tonight and for your consideration is the current temporary resolution for the parklets is set to expire at the end of March. If we wish to move forward with the development of a long-term plan, we're probably going to need about 6 months to get that plan developed and back to the City Commission for consideration. So tonight's agenda item would basically replace the existing resolution with a new resolution that would extend through August 31st. Our plan would be internally is to basically go hire a consultant to work on best practices, pull together a lot of best practices. We know there's plans available in multiple cities. I think we just need to pull it together and make it Lawrence, and then get a fee proposal together, and then we go do public engagement. So I think that's the biggest part of moving forward is we can all pretty much agree on what a plan looks like, but then how do we get consensus on, what fees should be charged, how many stalls can each person have, that sort of thing. So we feel pretty confident that, we can do this in fairly short term, bring a plan back to the commission mid-July for implementation by September 1. So that's kind of our internal thought process. I'm willing to hear other thoughts, or, I guess if we don't do this resolution tonight, the program would expire at the end of March.
Thank you, Mark. Mayor Shipley, any other questions or comments from commissioners?
Yeah, this is Vice Mayor. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mark. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Vice Mayor Larson. I'll try to be fairly quick. Commissioner Littlejohn, Mark, on that public engagement piece, have you already identified, I know that you received communication, and I've also had the chance to talk to downtown business owners, retail owners. Are they going to be a part of that communication process as well? And will it be not just a one-off, but a continual process?
Yeah, Mark Hecker, Assistant Director. My vision of that is, once we get a plan together, we want to have something we can show people. So it's not only the people that own the current parklets, but also the other property owners downtown, to get a little feedback on, what's good and what's bad about a parklet system. So yeah, I would, in my mind, focus it pretty much with the downtown business owners, but not just people that are providing restaurant services, but other, retail or business opportunities.
Yeah, this is Vice Mayor Larson. I noticed in your fiscal impact, you said there's no fiscal impact. So how are we going to hire an architect without any sort of cost?
Mark Hecker, Assistant Director. That's been pointed out to me a couple of times. So yeah, there will be a cost to the architect. I anticipate it's in the $15,000 to $20,000 range. So in my mind, it helps us with pulling this together in a short period of time if we aren't allocating staff time to it.
Okay. Staff came to us November 9th for basically the same thing. And asking for, not for the architect part of it, but just to develop a long-term parklet program. And at that time, it was indicated that I know there were some surveys done, and there were over 2,000 people that had responded to this survey, and you got quite a bit of information. It sounded like good information at that, a lot of input, one of our most highly used survey, I think, out there at the time, one of them. And at that time, on November 9th, what you had requested was to come up with some guidelines and then develop a collaborative process with stakeholders and community members. Have you done that, the stakeholder work? It didn't sound like you did yet.
Mark Hecker, Assistant Director. I would say that has not been done to this point. I can't speak to back issues. As I said, we just kind of took it over here in February, but reading back through the previous 2-year history of this topic, I can see where the same thing has been requested, but to this point, we haven't developed a plan.
Okay. Because at that time we had voted on that, and I believe it was probably unanimous that and you asked, staff asked for a deadline at that time, March 31st, for this, and it didn't seem like nothing was done during that 4 months or the last 4 months to get this program going. And I'm a little bit concerned that we've got businesses out there waiting to hear what the results are and to get basically get their businesses settled on what we're going to do with this parking situation or parking situation. So I'm pretty disappointed that we don't have a plan before us tonight. And I realize it sounds like you just took it over, Mark, or Parks and Rec did, but I'm pretty discouraged that we don't have something before us tonight. I was really hoping, especially with the situation with COVID right now, it looks like businesses are really going to be able to open up much more than they have been. So that's my comments on it at this time.
Mark Ecker, Assistant Director. I do understand that frustration, and I think we can take a pretty focused approach going forward. We'll work with MSO and staff, and obviously code enforcement and fire, and come up with what I think can be a pretty good plan to bring back to you.
This is Commissioner Littlejohn again. Mark, just had another one. So from now on, will the Parklet program live with Parks and Rec? Is that just is this more of an implementation thing, or will it continually live with this department?
Mark Hecker, Assistant Director. The way I'm understanding it, it'll kind of house here. We'll obviously have to work with a lot of different departments. So the city clerk's office will be involved with fee collection, and code enforcement will be involved in making sure whatever program we put together is being followed, as well as the fire department. So, I think we can be the spearhead of it and maybe be the little bit of the inspection of it. In the current resolution, we call for the parklets need to be used every 30 days. So obviously through the winter months, a number of them sat idle. So that's something I think we need to probably keep a little better track of. And we have staff downtown every day. So I think we have an opportunity to maybe have eyes on the ground, basically.
Rick Rogers, Director of Parks and Recreation. We do apologize. It's kind of floundered in different city departments and under different people, and really hasn't had the good leadership that it should have had. It has found its home. It's under us and Parks and Recreation as the outcome area, unmistakable identity, and we're going to own it. We're going to do it right. We could have brought forward a good resolution possibly tonight, but I think it would have been more reactive. We'd be correcting things, and our goal is to get and better to an excellent solution. And by using an architect to engage, we think we can come up with that. And we can address the issues of how the program is administered and how it complies and meets our ordinance requirements. So from our perspective, we thought this was the best route we could do to get a program and meet the timeline and address the needs.
Thank you, Derek. This is Commissioner Sellers. I'm just reading through the report from Mark. It does note that at least some of the deliverables is to provide a proposed program to the City Commission by early July with the proposed implementation of September 1 based on the resolution that's presented this evening. So seeing that we've spoken on several pieces of community engagement as well as the RFP for an architect firm to look through this and go over logistics and best practices to create a product for us to review. Have you given any thought to that timeline? Are we looking at April for an RFP or March for could you kind of walk me through what you're thinking that timeline is going to look like?
Mark Ecker, Assistant Director of Parks and Rec. We've already started work on the gathering quotes on the architectural services. So we have one more we want to talk with. So I think we can probably get that working here in the next week or so. So, and as we've talked with the architectural firms, we talked about deadlines that we want to hit. So we're trying to get them to hit a mid-June timeline to have the public engagement completed. So far, we haven't had anyone really balk at the notion of moving this along fairly quickly. So I feel pretty confident that we could pull this off.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mark. This is Commissioner Sellers, and I do appreciate Mark, you being on it, Derek, you being able to chime in and take the onus on this. I'm glad that it's found a home and that it, with the work that's going to be done, it's going to be done right. So, regardless of timeline, I'd like to see a good product, and this gives us an opportunity to have that product. And so I'm just wanting to make sure that we, as I think some have spoke to and alluded to, is to get a more robust engagement. I know we've had some surveys done. I know Downtown Lawrence has been a part of this conversation, to truly hear from the people and to be able to have those discussions and bring it back to the strategic plan. This gives us that opportunity. I think I look forward to seeing that finished product in July. So thank you.
Mark Ecker, Assistant Director. A couple of things I'd like to point out in the resolution. We have upped the game a little bit on, we're going to require everybody to meet ADA standards. There's a few down there that, because they're from sidewalk down to street level, there's a transition. Some haven't adjusted for that transition. So one, either you need to have a ramp down or you need to bring the seating area up to curb level. So we'd like to see that happen even as a temporary regulation here, and also it needs to be used. So, through the winter months, obviously a lot of them weren't used, but today almost all of them were used. So it's a beautiful day out. So I just wanted to point that out as a change from what you've seen in the past on those resolutions.
Thank you, Mark. This is Commissioner Sellers. I guess you to piggyback on that, and I don't know if you can speak to this because there's been some transition. Do we feel like, and this may come up in some further discussion, but I'd be curious to know what the utilization was for the parklets based on the groups downtown, like how many retailers utilized it, what months they utilized it. I know with climate change and other variables that, that may not be anything statistically significant, but I'd be curious to know. I know I thought I saw in the report the parking utilization, but I'd be curious to know the utilization by retail, food establishments, what months they used it and how often they used it.
Mark Ecker, Assistant Director. I think we can maybe touch on that as we do the public engagement, maybe talking with the ones that actually have parklets and say, what was your actual use? Did you feel like this was something that was productive 6 months of the year, 8 months of the year, 10 months of the year? Or we're using it all year long. So I think that's a legitimate, kind of little bit of an internal survey as we talk with them.
Commissioner Finkeldye, a couple questions. One, especially now that we're into March, and by the time this is approved and get going, it seemed to me that, if someone didn't use their parklet for 10 days or something, 30 days is a long time not to use it in the middle of the spring, and then they have 30 days to remove it. I just wonder what your thought would be on something like if you don't use it for 10 days, then you have 15 days to remove it, just to move it along. Again, it probably won't happen. I assume most people will use it, but it just seems like that's a long period of time.
Mark Hecker, Assistant Director, I would totally take commission direction on that. It was something that Randy Larkin and I sat down and kind of discussed, that we ought to at least have some measure in there that, if we're noticing the same sets of chairs sitting in the same stack all winter long, then probably ought to have a conversation with that business. But yeah, it's going to be interesting going into spring because, like I said, almost all of them were used today. So then you start a 30-day count from today, and you would suspect most of them would be used, within a 30-day period.
Commissioner Finkeldye, well, thanks. I think that's worth at least talking about. I guess my other question is, sometimes, I want to give plenty of time to get it done right, as you say, but the flip side is, sometimes we think about, some of these things in terms of like when the college students are coming back. And, if we adopt something in August that goes into effect August 31st, and assuming we give them some time to get, come up to code, it just seems like, now we're in the middle of September or October before whatever we pass is implemented. It seems like to me that if it was possible that if we approve something by, the middle of July with an implementation date of August 15th, all the changes would be in place by the time the students came back, either gone because they're not being used anymore, or up to code, up to the new code when they came through. Again, that shortens 45 days off your process, but just wondered if you had any gut reactions to something like that.
Mark Hecker, Assistant Director. I was actually thinking exactly the same way. I'm looking at seasons, so my preference would be if we could do the magic, let it happen. I'd like to have it back to the commission the 1st of July, approved, and then a 30-day window that people can decide if they want to go with the new rules or pull their stuff out. So that by, like you said, mid-August, we're either cleaned up or moved to the new sets of guidelines. So, I think internally, I think we can try to push that a little bit. And the architects that we've talked to both have felt like, trying to get something put together in June is doable. So I think that might be doable, but for sure, I'd like to have it by September 1, have the new plan in place.
Commissioner Finkeldye, thank you.
This is Vice Mayor Larson. Just to piggyback a little bit on Commissioner Finkeldye's question or discussion regarding 30-day. It was my understanding from reading that any day of that 30 days that if they don't use it, then that would basically put them in a situation where they've got 30 days to dismantle it. Is that correct?
Mark Hecker, Assistant Director, that would be correct.
So what about days they're closed?
Mark Hecker, Assistant Director, I think you raised good questions. Basically, our intent on this is to say, hey, if you're just going to leave stuff set out there for months on end, we're going to talk with you. If people are jumping back and forth, I used it one day and then I didn't use it for 20 days. That I think, again, is a conversation. Just go look, are you really using this space? Or is it just kind of something you're trying to put for convenience?
So Vice Mayor Larson, so it doesn't sound as though you're going to have any really hard lines as to at what point do you say you've got to dismantle it. It sounds like you're going to give them a lot of chances. Just help me understand that better, Mark.
Mark Hecker, Assistant Director. I honestly, at this point of the year, I don't know that we're going to have a lot of enforcement unless like I said, we're seeing the same stack of chairs sitting in the same spot for a long period of time. I would suspect most of them will activate here with the warmer weather. But we certainly want to have our eyes open for ones that aren't being used at all.
Okay. Well, then I would be concerned about putting a stipulation into that if you don't use it during those 30 days, that at that point, then you would have to dismantle it within 30 days if we're not even going to force it. It seems it doesn't seem right that we're not going to do an enforcement if if we have a rule that we're going to put into place. That seems a little concerning.
Mark Ecker, Assistant Director. I see Randy Larkin tuned in there. So you have thoughts, Randy?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. The purpose is if it's not used within a 30-day period at all, then we give them 30 days to put it into use, or we will remove it, or they have them remove it. That was the intent of this, based, on the, pretty much we're not collecting fees, and this is because of COVID, and to allow people the greatest opportunity that they have to use the downtown parklet program. And that's the intent of it. We just don't want somebody just taking the space and storing chairs. So if they're not using it within 30 days, it doesn't mean they have to use it every 30 days within that period of time. They might be off business and there's nobody there and they have it locked up. But if they don't use it for more than 30 days, we'll give them notice. And if they don't use it for 30, if they don't remove their stuff or don't use it within that 30 days, then we'll take it out of there so we can, return those spots to park. That was the intent of it. And we wanted to be as, lax and as open as we could and allow people the opportunity to use it if they could. That was the intent.
Okay. Vice Mayor Larson, thank you for that clarification, Randy. And we might want to rewrite what you've got in your memo because it does say 30 consecutive days, as though it would have to be used every day of that 30 days.
No, that means that means 30 consecutive days they don't use it at all. If they use it one day within those 30 days, they're fine. That's okay. What that means.
Okay, got it. So then I would be, Vice Mayor Larson, so I would be interested in maybe shortening that because that does seem like a long time. And if we're looking at, 3 or 4 months to get this proposal back, then it would, interested in shortening that up some just to ensure folks are using it.
Commissioner Finkel, I was going to ask that of Randy. Randy, I assume you wouldn't have a legal objection if we shorten that to 15 and 15 instead of 30 and 30?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. That is totally within the purview of the City Commission. If you chose 15 days, it'll be 15 days. If you chose to end the program right now, it would be ended. So there you go.
Commissioner Finkel, I thank you, Randy.
This is Commissioner Littlejohn. It was my thought that when I initially looked at it, that the reason that the 30 days and then 30 days was put in there would be for those bars or restaurants that had structures that were pretty permanent in nature, and that it would encompass the winter months when, people didn't necessarily want to sit outside when it was really cold. So I know that occasionally during those winter months, we have nice days where people can sit outside. So maybe they can take that opportunity within then, so that, and I know that Mark was saying that, they're going to be pretty lax on it, but I think at least that was my interpretation, to kind of encompass the entire year, not just the parts of the year when it's nice outside, but, when there's snow on the ground as well.
Commissioner Finkel, I hear what you're saying. I guess I was thinking about more of this temporary bill. I'm not sure in the final bill, in the final code, I would do 15 and 15. But for this period, knowing that it won't go into effect until, 2 weeks from now, will be middle of March till, August 31st. In that period, we don't have any real winter months. That's why I'm worried about.
Commissioner Littlejohn, I got you. So yes, in that case, yeah, I can see where you're coming from.
This is Vice Mayor Larson. I've got one more question or just an observation. There's some of the vendors or the businesses downtown that are taking up 4 spaces more and or sometimes more. Would there be any thought from the commission to bring that back down to only using 2 parking places per business, because it seems like there's a few that really are taking up large swaths of parking, and it's not being used, pretty much. So I would be interested to see if any other commissioners would entertain that.
For the temporary, this is Commissioner Sellers. Are you speaking in regards to the temporary?
Yeah, Vice Mayor Larson, yes, just for this 4-month, 3-month period, whatever it is.
Mayor Shipley, so I was very appreciative to see the parking information on that. This ties into what you're saying, Vice Mayor. One thing that I was really hoping for was some kind of indication of the cost to the businesses, because I think some are holding out either to make further plans or things they're not using, they would like to use them, or and to your point, to back down if they knew what the cost was. And I think we've said in the past, to make that uniform or commensurate somehow with the sidewalk dining we've had in the past. And I just was having a hard time making a decision without that information. And I think I think business owners are also having that hardship. So I just wanted to say, I felt like that tied it a little bit into what you were saying, cost per square foot, or, maybe one business isn't using it, they'd be willing to pay extra or whatever. But I don't have that information, and that's making it difficult. So I don't know if you had any thoughts about that.
Mark Hecker, Assistant Director. I think a lot of what we're talking about here is maybe the permanent plan. In other words, what is allowed, what's the fee for that? So businesses can decide, yeah, that's worth my money, or no, that's not worth my money. And then also restricting the size. So I think everything we're talking about here is absolutely relevant and needs to be part of the permanent plan. I'm not sure how we would implement some of this now without the full plan.
Mayor Shipley, of course. Thank you. I did think I saw someone from parking there on the Zoom. Could they make any comments now that we've had our new parking system? Of course, I wouldn't hold you into anything you said, but are you close, or do you know that in conjunction with working with Parks and Rec, MSO and the other planning, the groups that are going to need to be involved in, that within a relatively short time span, you're going to be able to tell us and the public a number for the cost of utilizing what is in fact public space. So we do need to be charging for it at some time.
This is Brad Harrell, Parking Supervisor, and thank you for the question. I think as a general perspective, I think on Massachu Street and our downtown parking lots, license plate recognition data suggests that we have available parking with select increased demand during peak periods. These generally occur around the lunch hour, evenings after 4. But in my opinion, I believe that the downtown parking supply is able to support the decreased number of stalls due to parklets. And I am very confident when it comes to, charging adequately for those particular spots. As we, speak with, as Parks and Rec and myself and other departments work together, I feel like we can come up with the correct rate model moving forward to where, the lost revenue from whether that, the coin or mobile payments in one particular meter en masse, we can encompass that in the rate structure moving forward, so that we can continue to make those make those advancements in our parking operation.
This is Vice Mayor Larson speaking of cost, Brad. As far as looking at it from the cost standpoint of just what the parking meters charge. I think that's probably about $9 a day if you put a quarter in every 15 minutes. That seems very low. And I just I've said this before, but this is the most prime property in Lawrence downtown and I would expect that the cost per square foot would reflect that very note. So especially given the cost per square foot of the buildings, the cost per square foot of any property we have down there, that should be reflected in the price.
This is Brad Harrell, parking supervisor. Lisa, I completely agree with you. I think there's a lot of different perspectives there that need to go into consideration when we work through this rate model. And I'm confident with the Mark Hecker and the Parks and Rec team that we'll be able to come up with those those right rates moving forward.
Eric Rogers, Director of Parks and Recreation, and that's part of what the architecture consultant firm will do is look at pricing. What I have seen and what we've seen in reviewing some of the best practices, some cities you may see it's a $500 initial fee and then they charge per stall that the parklet is taking, and that's how they come up with the fee. And the question is that subsidized? And to your point of what revenue is lost and how many days, that's something that should be part of the engagement with the architecture firm when they do their review.
This is Commissioner Sellers, and Derek, to your point, and Brad as well, I think as we're talking through potential scope of service areas, I imagine that with the report, the parking utilization report, that not to put words in whoever the architect is, but I imagine that there would be some logical proposal around, to Vice Mayor Larson's point, around square footage and use, and square footage based on, which particular blocks. As we know that there's high utilization areas downtown based on where some of our dining establishments are, and so that will need to be taken into account. But I feel like those are things that will come up, in regards to the architecture's report. So, it's good that we're somewhat on one accord here, talking it out and, making notes for what we'd like to see in the report. So more of a comment than a question.
Derek Rogers, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Derek. Thank you.
I was just going to say, Derek Rogers, Director of Parks and Recreation, that one of the things we would like to include and have it an inclusive parklet program would include the outside dining, and that would be incorporated into this program. And instead of having separate programs, which right now I believe the outside dining is calculated at $3.50 per square foot for the outside dining.
And this is Commissioner Sellers. Thank you. I didn't, it's good that you're thinking about that and consolidating it. So, I'm excited about what this work looks like. It's one more thing that it's not checking a box, but it's addressing and strategizing something that's been outlined in our downtown master plan. So I look forward to the firm and the results that we get from this.
Mayor Shipley, any further questions for staff before we move to public comment? All right, Sherry, is there anyone there in City Hall who wants to speak?
No, Mayor.
I'm certain there are people on the Zoom. Sherry, I'll let you call on them for me, please.
Thank you. Chris Flowers.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and I was just wondering if I'm okay with this, but I was just wondering about the cost. Like, I mean, I heard between, was it 15 to 20,000, but what I was thinking about this is if the goal of this is to increase revenue for downtown, then can we deduct the price of what we pay for this outside study from any other kind of assistance we're already giving downtown? I'm not sure. I can't, honestly, I can't remember like what all nonprofits we give money to, but I want to say, I thought before Downtown Inc. was asking for money. And if they do get money, can we deduct any of this cost from what we're giving them, since isn't the reason we give, I don't know. I mean, if we're already funding stuff to increase the revenue of downtown, then I think it's fair to question if we need to give as much next time we're doing budget. We spend a lot of money. Well, I won't say a lot, but in the past, we have spent our fair share of taxpayer money on outside studies. So I don't know. I mean, I'm okay with doing it, but I'd rather sometimes that we spend money on stuff like the homeless or giving all our city employees a living wage. But that's just some of my thoughts. Thank you.
Jennifer McKnight.
Sorry, my computer wasn't working there for a second. Thank you, commissioners, for bringing attention to this subject, and thank you for everybody who's put energy into it. I do have a specific question for Mr. Hecker. I own Arizona Trading Company downtown, by the way, and we're on the 700 block, and we've been the most impacted by this program. And, you know, a great deal of our parking on that block has been taken away by the parklets. And I'm not really clear why retail isn't being mentioned in this conversation, because there's lots of other businesses downtown besides just restaurants. And it's really important that the needs of all businesses downtown are in the forefront of this conversation, because if we don't support businesses equitably, then it's not going to be sustainable, because it's got to be an ecosystem. We all have to depend on each other. And right now, the situation is that retail depends on close, convenient, and safe parking. And beyond that, and this might be another conversation completely, but there's currently no parking for staff for any business downtown that's affordable and close and safe. So anyway, that's another conversation. But Mr. Hecker, I did have a question about your memo. It says this program directly ties to retail sales in downtown Lawrence, which is one of the progress indicators listed in the strategic plan. Can you tell me where that data is coming from?
Mark Ecker, System Director. That is one of the data points that we have in the strategic plan. Now, how do we collect that data? We're still working on with city staff to try to figure out how to understand that data point that goes into the strategic plan. So mostly I was recognizing that that is why this is landing in the unmistakable identity outcome area, which is what we work in. So that, nothing more than that.
Mayor Shibley, sorry, Mark, to interrupt, and Ms. McKnight. Usually we save the questions for the end. I just want to make sure, Ms. McKnight, that you get your full 3 minutes, and then we'll be sure and answer your questions. Sherry, I'm sorry that that interruption happened. I just want to make sure that she gets her full time.
I did go ahead and pause while Mark was answering her questions.
Thank you so much. I apologize for that, everyone. That was on me for not interrupting faster. Please take the rest of your time, Ms. McKnight.
Okay. Well, you know, I wrote a long letter to the commission yesterday, and I want to reiterate a couple of points. And firstly, it is kind of a question, but it's also just the feedback that I'm getting from my fellow retailers is it seems like the original intent of this program has changed. And I think that needs to be addressed by the city and everybody involved, because the original intent, as we all know, was to help restaurants survive the pandemic. And we also all know that time has passed. You know, as far as I know, most restaurants are serving full capacity inside. And so what is the new intention? Because it was easy for retailers to get behind helping restaurants survive, because we need restaurants just as much as restaurants need us. But it's really hard for retail to get behind whatever the new intention is, because it seems like a permanent plan for the parklets would help a handful of businesses downtown make a lot more money, but does not address the needs of every other type of business.
Mayor Shipley, thank you very much. I hope we'll be able to address some of your questions later. I apologize for that interruption. Sherry, who's next?
It doesn't look like we have any additional. Oh, I'm sorry. Sir, did you want to speak to this item? I'm sorry, Mayor. I did not realize we had someone in the room who wanted to speak to this item. Go right ahead.
My name is Jim Bateman. Susan Bateman, my wife and I own the Yarn Barn downtown. I agree with what Jennifer has just said. It's important that we recognize the purpose of the parklets in the first place. The subject, as it's evolved, has moved to an entirely different question. The question it's evolved to is, should we have parklets downtown? Answered already, yes, we should. I have not heard an extended discussion by the city or anyone else who has authority in this to address that question directly. Should we continue the parklets? It's assumed that we should, and that's without, I think, consideration of a couple of key issues. We've mentioned, someone just mentioned a bit ago, that parking data indicates that there is adequate parking. That study or that observation cannot track who doesn't come downtown because they think there's not adequate parking now. Our customers come from a 3 to 5 hour driving radius. The number one complaint we hear from them is there is no parking, or it's not safe to park downtown. So that's not being addressed, and it needs to be. This, I've heard nothing addressing the negative consequences, potential or imagined, but addressing the negative consequences of taking away parking spaces. Talking about the revenue generated by a parking place. You will find, I think, if you look, and we need to have someone look, if we continue this conversation, about how much it costs to give up a parking space. You can find studies, I think, that will tell you that a given parking space in a busy area will generate over $100,000 of retail sales in a year's time. So that kind of answer is something we need to have before we continue the conversation about, let's just assume we're having parklets and go on from there and figure out what they should be. You've got the cart before the horse here. The question is, should we have the parklets ongoing, not how do we make them go and then come back and figure out, gee, we might not have done this correctly. Thank you.
Mayor Shipley, thank you. Sherry, let's do one last check. Anyone there in the room?
No, Mayor, that's all the comment.
Okay, and I guess no one else online either. Let's bring this back to the commission for discussion, and also let's make sure that Ms. McKnight's question was thoroughly answered.
And Derek Rogers, for the Director of Parks and Recreation, I can address some of the percent of net sales increase downtown. We've had the discussion as our outcome identity team, and that metric is something we've kicked around. And one of the things that, from all our perspective in the city that I've talked with and of the nonprofits and how we look at it from around town, is we want to see all businesses flourish, and then net sales of all our businesses in the city go up, not just downtown. We don't want to see businesses, people shifting from, say, 6th and Wakarusa or 15th and Wakarusa or 19th and Haskell. We don't want to draw business away from some of these other places in the way they spend. That data is available. I believe it's in Planning Development Services. Downtown was around 9%. If you look at Iowa Street, we're down around 40%. The materials that are sold are different. It goes back to our quintessential downtown and our identity. We don't favor one type of business, a restaurant or bar, over a brick and mortar. Comments that I have heard is somebody may go downtown. If you look at the parking data, they come down for lunch and it looks like they start to pick up again in the data towards the evening. They may go out to eat and they're sitting outside. And just a question, after they eat, do they go down to the brick and mortar stores and do they buy goods? It is an attraction for people to come downtown Lawrence. Parking has been an issue since I can remember being a kid in Lawrence. We have parking garages, and I appreciate the comments I have heard, but we do have parking downtown. I don't know if that answers all of the questions that or the concerns, and I know it may not satisfactorily agree with Jennifer, but those are my answers on how we looked at the data. And it's not just promote retail sales downtown, but it's all over Lawrence. But as you increase one, hopefully you increase the other with tourism.
Mayor Shipley, thank you. I do want to bring it back to commissioners. However, I do see Ms. McKnight might have some more comments. So perhaps the commissioner would be interested in asking her specifically what her questions are. In the interest of fairness, I just want to be sure I bring it, I do what we do traditionally and bring it back to the commissioners. Commissioners, any thoughts or questions?
Yeah, Vice Mayor Larson, I would like to hear what Ms. McKnight has to say.
Thank you, Commissioner Larson. What I hear you saying, Mr. Rogers, is that all of that sounds like suppositions and opinions. It does not sound like hard data. And what I feel like is missing from this conversation is the people who actually run businesses on Mass Street. Those are the people like myself who see the comings and goings of people during the day. We see the lack of parking. We hear all of the complaints. There's a lot of stuff that we observe and that we know that I think somebody who is not on Mass Street every single day would know. And I have to say that if you're taking retail as a whole in downtown in Lawrence, I don't feel like that's the right approach, because the community downtown is much different. And not only that, but the community from block to block is very, very different. For instance, on our block where we have the most parklets, we've lost 5 places. We've lost 5 storefronts in just 2021, with no doubt more to come. That is directly related to the loss of parking. And I just don't see how retailers and actual business owners can be left out of this conversation. Preliminarily, before the parklets continuing could be a foregone conclusion. I agree with Jim that you're putting the cart before the horse, because you need to understand that data from business owners before any conversation of a permanent plan can continue.
Mayor Shipley, thank you very much. Vice Mayor Larson.
Oh, sorry.
More questions? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you had more questions or a discussion. Commissioners, any further questions or further discussion?
Commissioner Littlejohn, I seem to remember when we were looking at when it was being explored, putting the bus structure downtown, that accompanying that, parking did a survey of parking times and hours, and it was in more detail of the particular spots that they were considering. Had they extrapolated on, that survey for Mass itself, that sort of data, would that be something that we could potentially include in any sort of forthcoming information?
This is Brad Harrell, parking supervisor. The data that was used during the time for the potential bus structure area, that was also used by the license plate recognition data. That is, so the same system that you are seeing before you here on the graphs for Massachusetts Street is the same system that was currently used for that. So now that is a that's a combination of thousands of data points, thousands reads of license plate to get to that point. So this is an average over the course of many months. So some of those days, it might have been inclement weather. There was a reduced number. Some of those days, it might have been a beautiful day and numbers were up. So I think that the more data points that we get over the course of time, this data just gets better and better and more accurate through the long haul. But as the percentages of occupancy and stuff that you're looking at before you there, I am, as parking supervisor, I'm very confident with where they're at right now and being accurate from that standpoint. If you have particular areas that you are suggesting that I can pull data, you would like me to pull data from, I am able to do that. As a general rule of thumb, the way the system function is, we do not utilize the license plate recognition to enforce Massachusetts Street. Those are strictly done as a read just for occupancy in a situation like this where the commission might have questions related to its occupancy. Now, I do have parking lot data, and those are these areas with time restrictions are areas that we utilize the system for an enforcement standpoint. So I have, very, very similar data that could be shared with the commission that would show those lots, but I know that's not really the particular spot that we're in discussion of right now, but that data is available. If there was questions about side streets or things like that, something I could certainly mix into our weekly scans.
Thank you for that, Brad. I think that would be helpful, actually, just in a holistic approach, just seeing exactly what kind of a spillover effect there might be on the side streets or the parking lots behind Mass Street on either side. So.
Yeah, Brad Harrell, parking supervisor. We absolutely have that. We also have the data for the parking structures as well. I will tell you as a, general rule of thumb, the data still suggests that there's available parking in these particular areas. A lot of times, unfortunately, with the current state of the entire United States here, a lot of times it's more of a convenience of parking directly in front of your destination more than it is truly a parking issue. There's available parking. Unfortunately, it's just not right in front of where you're going. And that's kind of what we've understand. One other thing I wanted to have an opportunity to respond to with Jennifer's comments for long-term employer parking. We've done, or employee parking, excuse me. We've done a substantial amount of work in the last year, adding additional 10-hour spaces in our downtown. We reverted some of the 5-hour or all of the 5-hour meters into 10-hour, and that created an additional 100 10-hour stalls in our downtown district and that is the preferred duration for employees downtown. It's one of the things that we're working towards in education to allow some of our business owners, to have those meetings with employees. It's something that I've always offered, kind of an open door. If there's a business that has particular questions about where their employees or even managers can park and be successful when parking downtown, always happy to bring up those discussions. But there is about 52% of all of our parking downtown is actually 10 hours. There's lots of long-term parking available, and the current rate for that right now is 20 cents per hour, which across many other municipalities is a very, very reasonable rate moving forward. And those are all also mobile payment app eligible. So I just wanted to kind of throw that in there to let it be. So.
Mayor Shipley, thank you. And also help me out in the parking garages, what I don't personally use, but many people do, for a yearly pass, depending on how often you're down there, can be quite affordable. Could you break that down for me a little bit? I just know a few people that have them and they go down there 5 times a week. pays off more than putting the quarters in. So can you break that for me?
This is Brad Harrell, parking supervisor. So on top of allowing you to park in the parking garages and 10-hour lots, the permit also allows you to park at any 10-hour meter. So you're not confined to just the parking garages or lots. If you park at any 10-hour meter, the same meters that have the duration of 20 cents per hour, you can park there as well. There is a quarterly permit available that is $60. And then there is an annual permit that is $240. The annual permit is prorated throughout the year. Unfortunately, I do not have the numbers directly in front of me, but as it, as the months tick off the calendar, that number is reduced. So I can't tell you exactly what it would be if you purchase one today, but it would be substantially cheaper.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, any further discussion here?
Yeah, this is Vice Mayor Larson. Just a couple points as we go to wrap this up. I would like to ask the commission to entertain the idea of deferring this until we can get some more definitive answers in writing regarding, one is the cost of the architect. I know it was estimated between 15 and 20,000, but it would be nice to see something in writing that we've actually got something in that price range. And then also on the enforcement part of it, I am concerned about there doesn't seem to be a commitment from staff to actually do enforcement. And I think that opens it up to the potential for inequitable enforcement across the board. And so that concerns me. And I would like to have a more definitive statement on that, especially in regard to if we're going to go 30 days, 15 days, or 10 days on the consecutive use of it. So those are a couple reasons why I would like to defer this until next week or as soon as possible. And then as we move forward, if we move forward with a permanent program, as to look at the potential for the limiting the number of parklets per block, to maybe look at, help address some of that issues with the retail aspect of it, and then also have the architect look at the potential negative consequences of taking away parking from retail spaces, what that actually does, if we can come up with some data on that. And then also the email that we got from Ms. McKnight, one thing she did bring up, what I thought was a potential interesting thought, was the idea of having the parklets set up so that the restaurants can use them when they open up. And set up their tables and chairs, and then when they're not open, that they take them down. The potential for more of a portable type parklet, and whether that's something that could be potentially looked at if this program goes into developing a long-term program. So those are my thoughts.
Commissioner Finkel, I guess my question for you, Commissioner Lawson, on the, obviously they're going to bring back to us some proposed agreement on the architect. You want to know that cost before we vote on the extension of the program? Is that what you're saying?
No, this is Vice Mayor Larson. I was under the impression tonight that if we voted on it and it passed, then they wouldn't be coming back to us until this summer when they had a program. That's my understanding. I could be wrong on that. Is there going to be another vote before that?
Commissioner Finkel, I guess that's a good question. I made the assumption that a contract would have to come back to us for approval.
This is Commissioner Sellers. I thought the exact same thing.
Can someone from staff tell us whether or not he'll come back to us?
Mayor Shipley, I kind of want to hear from Craig if he's available here. One thing that's I think important to realize is that this is going to require a synergy of multiple departments in a way that has been unusual for us, partly because of our strategic plan. So I think perhaps if Craig could answer that and kind of discuss the amount of work and cooperation this is going to require between departments that didn't necessarily work together quite in this way. Could you comment on that?
City Manager Craig Owens. Sure. A little bit of it's been shown here tonight with the participation of multiple departments. And I also want to more directly go to the delay that's been there, and it's largely because it stretches over 6 different departments that we have, and until I intervened and really got it directed to a single ownership, we've had struggles going through a lot of these different questions. So I want to take ownership of that and apologize. First of all, on that, it literally does span 6 different departments. You've heard from parking. MSO manages our pavement in this town. They also manage the right-of-way. So we talked a lot about right-of-way last week. There's a lot that is in the right-of-way. This particular piece is very active and has a lot of complexity. When we start to put structures in these, you involve the fire department and fire safety. You also involve the building elements that are related to planning and development services, and we'll probably see some pretty complex and ornate plans for design guidelines, which is what I'm familiar with and working with parklets in other cities, and that's what we will be bringing and developing is what's the right elements and design elements related to this. But that's obviously things that we typically lean on planning and development services for as well. And then, public engagement is always an important piece of what we do. And so a lot of the work around what we've gathered so far, and you're getting a little taste of it again tonight, is there's a lot of interest in how we manage proper public engagement is also something that has to happen. So this little program that we've run for a couple of years in an experimental basis does draw a lot of resources from a lot of different people where that's not their main thing. So I think that's the conversation you were hoping that I'd share with you that we've had kind of privately, but that's why it is scattered. It's very complex. It touches a lot of things, and it's a reuse of a property that was never designed to do what it is trying to do. It's been done successfully for decades in many other cities, so it's not something that isn't done, but it is very complex, and it obviously is something that's extremely sensitive to the most important street in our city.
Mayor Shipley, could you also comment on the order of or the need to know how much we might pay an architect in or the way we would normally do something like this?
Yeah, City Manager Craig Owens, this would not, in the price points that we're talking about, this would not be something that would typically we would bring back for City Commission approval. We do a lot of smaller engagements of things that we don't bring at this level. We don't bring it to the City Commission typically. So this wouldn't be something that would, but we can bring it back if you'd like to. Before we would execute that, we could certainly get proposals and negotiate agreements and bring one forward for your consideration. So we happy to do that if you'd like, at whatever price level.
Mayor Shipley, thank you very much. So in that case, I wonder, Commissioner Finkeldye and Commissioner Sellers, did that answer what you were thinking the order of operations this would be?
Commissioner Finkeldye, well, no, I thought we would see the contract, so I would be interested in seeing that contract. I mean, to understand the scope of services as well as the price point. I think both of those are important to the final decision. I mean, I think we would authorize tonight to move forward with that, but I'd be interested in seeing that, I guess.
This is Commissioner Sellers. I'm glad that Craig made that clarification. I do agree with Commissioner Finkeldye. I would like for the staff to bring back the agreement so that, again, we can, if there's need to continue the conversation, which we've had some extensive conversation tonight about scope of service, we can continue to do that. I think where there was some earlier discussion was in the current temporary resolution around the 30-30, and I don't know if there's going to be a potential motion to defer this for the sake of changing that language. I would be opposed to changing it from 30 to 15, simply because this is only to me, this is temporary. And so to put even more restrictions on a temporary resolution just continues to hamstring the process. So I mean, if that was going to come up to a vote tonight, I would not vote in favor of that. But I will add just, real quick, I want us to be able to respect the process. And I know that, I don't know if it's because of familiarity or just some points of clarification that we got later on in the conversation. But we have spent a great deal of time and good time in discussing what we'd like to see the scope of what this project or program could look like permanently, if that is what we want. And I say that and because I want to take us back to the downtown master plan. And there's a good paragraph under that parklet piece that states that the city should continue to work with downtown business owners to formalize permanent parklet standards to ensure they provide benefit to local businesses, residents, and visitors by creating unique public spaces that attract customers and foster community conservation. So I respect the process. I trust the process. Ms. McKnight brought up in regards to parking an issue of whether or not there's enough. And we know that we've heard from Brad about that, as well as the safe component. We talked about a potential plan and what this could look like. We're charging staff in multiple departments to put in place, to start the process of what that's going to look like. And so whatever decision we make today with the resolution and what we charge staff to do with helping us imagine what this could look like. Not to take words out of Mr. Bateman's mouth earlier, but I don't want to put the cart before the horse. I mean, we're having a lot of discussions about whether or not we want to do something or not do something. And we haven't even seen the full scope and comprehensiveness of what it could look like. And so I don't want to stymie the process. It sounds like we have the opportunity to put a temporary resolution in place. We have the opportunity for Parks and Rec to go back and to bring back to us an agreement for an architect that will then work with our departments, will work with our businesses, will work with our community to do the things that we outlined in our downtown master plan and in our strategic plan to bring back to us a product that then we as city commissioners will then look at and decide if this is what we want for our community. So I felt like I needed to say that because the conversation was going many different ways, but I trust the process. I trust the input that we're getting from staff and that we're getting from the community, but we have to trust the process. And the process tonight is to vote on a resolution if we want to, as well as what that would look like. And then also have staff come back to us with an agreement if we're wanting the process to be that we want to imagine what a downtown parklet program would look like for our community.
Mayor Shipley, thank you for helping us digest that. That was helpful. Any other comments from commissioners?
Commissioner Littlejohn, to echo what Commissioner Sellers stated, and I'll go back to my earlier comment in the beginning that given Ms. McKnight's comments and Mr. Bateman's comments, let's not be afraid to spend more time on that engagement process. Because in the beginning, we expressed that this was an emergency measure to go ahead and mitigate some of the losses that were happening in downtown due to the pandemic, and now those circumstances have changed. And granted, the parklets themselves have seen activity, but we definitely want to make sure that we're including everybody to the table in these conversations, and that way we can go ahead and make sure that we have the most equitable outcome that we can get. So I would agree with Commissioner Stellis as well on the 30-30 aspect of it. Since it's a temporary measure and it's going to be summer, I really don't anticipate people not using it. But
Commissioner Finkel, aye. Well, I kind of like the 15-15, but I'm not sold on it because I do think it's going to be it's not going to be very common that someone's not going to use it. And if they are, they'll probably respond that. So I won't, I guess, die on that hill. But I would be interested in moving. Again, it's somewhat slight because I don't want to change the public process as Commissioner Sellers and Commissioner Littlejohn just said. But I wonder if from August 31st to August 12th, moving the date up a little bit so we had an end date that if it expires, that they're gone, before the students came back. So I guess that would be my one change to that. And then I guess I would like to see that architect's contract come back to us so we could look at that scope of work and the cost.
Mayor Shipley, can you make that via motion? You got that in a form of a motion? I'm sorry, I see Vice Mayor Larson.
Yeah, Vice Mayor Larson, yeah, I would be okay with that, Commissioner Finkeldye. That'd be fine. In the 30-30, 15-15, it's not anything that would prevent me either way on that for sure. I did ask earlier if there'd be any appetite from the commission if they would consider during this temporary period to limit the number of parking spaces to 2 that are being utilized by any one business. So I would appreciate any input on that, that potential for that. Commissioner
Finkeldye, that is something I might be interested in that in the final version, but there are some people using more than 2 now, and I think that might cause some significant changes that have to be made fairly quickly, and again, and change how it's laid out in some pretty significant ways. So I do think that's something in the permanent one, but I'd be hesitant to make that change now.
Commissioner Littlejohn, I would probably agree on that assessment. I think this was very temporary and very emergency in nature, so there weren't very many guidelines or guardrails in it, and I definitely think that is a valid point, Vice Mayor Larson. But given the short time scale, I'm not sure about that.
Mayor Shipley, I agree. Again, we're looking for a better product. The couple, maybe 3 I can think of off the top of my head, that are taking up that much space. I'm not sure how quickly they could maneuver, even if they wanted to. So just trying to think about some general logistics. Also, not in places that I would call prime parking.
Commissioner Finkel, I'm ready to make a motion if people are ready. I would move that we authorize the development of the long-term parklet program and consider adopting resolution 7412, extending the temporary downtown right-of-way program for downtown through and amended to say August 12th, 2022 instead of August 31st, with the additional caveat that the architect proposal comes back before us for consideration.
Commissioner Sellers, I second.
Mayor Shipley, I hear a first and a second. Commissioner Finkeldye.
Aye.
Commissioner Sellers.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Larson.
Nay.
Commissioner Littlejohn.
Aye.
Mayor Shipley, aye. That passes 4-0. I do want to double check, as I often.
Point of order.
Sorry,
Mayor, I do believe
4-1. Yeah.
the vote was 4-1. Excuse me.
I'm sorry,
Commissioner Sellers.
Thank you. I appreciate it. 4-1. I do want to make sure that staff has all of the information they need.
Mark Hecker, Assistant Director. I think I'm clear.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and, unless, I'm sorry, I want to check in on commission. Does anyone need a break? Can we forge ahead? Not seeing anything? Okay, let's move on to our third item.
All right, can everybody see that okay? All right, hello everybody. My name is Evan Carenton. I'm the city's ADA Compliance Administrator. And tonight I'm going to be talking to you about our ADA transition plan for facilities, services, and programs. So just a little bit of background on the Americans with Disabilities Act, otherwise known as the ADA. It became federal law in 1990, and it was the most comprehensive disability rights legislation that really encompassed all aspects of everyday life for people with disabilities. Shortly after the passing of the ADA in 1990, the Department of Justice mandated that all state and local governments develop a transition plan. And the transition plan really is kind of exactly what it sounds like. It was an opportunity for state and local governments to take a look at the facilities and services they provide and transition anything out of accessibility into accessibility. So subsequently, the city of Lawrence adopted its first ADA transition plan in 1992. So obviously it's been 30 years since kind of the first plan of the city was adopted. And since that time, there has been, significant changes, not only to the facilities that the city owns and operates, but the services that we provide and the ways that we provide them. There's also been some significant changes to the ADA technical requirements and some of the early technical requirements from the early 90s to the ones that we use presently. Also, the city of Lawrence hired its first full-time ADA compliance administrator with myself in 2019. So we really felt like this would be a good opportunity to kind of reevaluate all the facilities, services, and programs that we provide and present an updated transition plan. So as far as our ADA transition plan team, it's made up of a variety of different positions and departments throughout the city. Kind of our internal ADA working team, consists of Diane Stoddard from the city manager's office. We have representation from Parks and Recreation, our municipal services and operations department, where actually I am housed out of, the Lawrence Douglas County MPO, and the MSO Public Information Officer. We also created the ADA Department Liaison Program, which actually had representation from every department throughout the city. And that program was actually really instrumental in helping me do kind of a thorough evaluation of the different services and programs that each one of those departments provide, and really were instrumental in helping us provide a feedback on different recommendations and things that we could do to improve access in some of the services and departments. So our federal and city accessibility requirements, again, it really falls under the Americans with Disability Act, and we're looking at the ADA, which breaks itself down into 5 sections or titles. Title 1 of the ADA is all employment-related practices. Title 2, which is state and local government. So for a majority of the role that I have is state and local government activities. Title 3, which is your public accommodations or private businesses. So this would include anything from, movie theaters to retail stores, hospitals. Title 4, which would be like emergency telecommunication systems. And then Title 5, which kind of covers broadly, anti-discrimination if somebody were to file, a disability grievance on one of the other standards. It actually gives kind of some protection around retaliation. And the ADA builds upon the Rehabilitation Act of 1973, both required transition plans. They're a little bit different, as the Rehab Act of 1973 only pertained to federal facilities. So this looked at ADA barriers in federal facilities or any programs that received federal dollars. But really, this was kind of a stepping block that the ADA built off of, and just kind of expanded that role and provided it more broadly. So again, the ADA for our state and local government and for the city of Lawrence really falls under Title II. There is some tie-in because we also are a fairly large employer. There also are some Title I, which covers the employment of the ADA. And I have a chance to kind of work with our HR team on some of our employment-related ADA issues, as well as some Title III issues, which is handled mainly by planning and development and our code enforcement folks that handle anything kind of in the private sector. So the ADA compliance administrator's role, again, to ensure compliance in facilities, services, and programs owned or operated by the city of Lawrence, and then act as a resource for our city code enforcement staff for ADA Title III items. Again, this is kind of your private businesses and your public sector, restaurants, bars, things of that nature, and vice versa. You know, they really serve as great resources for me in the work that I do for city facilities. And again, as I mentioned, there's some overlap with our kind of internal human resources staff as well in some of the different employment related tasks that we do. So as part of the ADA transition plan, there's really kind of 4 things that the self-evaluation process really wants you to take a look at. And that's creating a list of physical and programmatic barriers to access. So really looking at all the facilities and services and programs that you have, and what are any barriers to access that you may have, whether that be a physical barrier or a programmatic barrier. So something isn't provided in accessible format, or it's not available to kind of all members of society. They also ask for a recommendation for barrier removal. So what exactly is the plan to remove that barrier to access? A schedule for ADA compliance. How fast do you plan to transition kind of these elements out of compliance into compliance? And then a city official responsible for implementation. So for the city of Lawrence, it's myself with our, in collaboration with kind of our ADA team. So when we look at some different types of ways that you can kind of discriminate in city facilities and services, as we look at some different physical accessibility. So again, we're specifically talking about a barrier removal or something that needs to be removed to actually, you know, ensure access. Or you have program accessibility, where you're looking at, again, this could be a structural method where you're altering an existing facility. So if you have a service that's currently operated out of a facility that isn't accessible, you could be actually discriminating on the basis of program accessibility. Sometimes it's the acquisition or redesign of equipment. So sometimes we might need to get other equipment or aids in to help with our accessibility needs. You know, a good example of this is like in the city commission room, we have the area where people go to do public comment. It actually kind of moves up and down and can adjust. So something like that, redesign or getting additional equipment. Or it could just be providing services at an alternate accessible site. So if we recognize that the area or facility that we're currently operating the service out of doesn't have great accessibility issues, we may move that to an alternate or accessible site, or provide that service in a different way. A couple of the reasons why a city wouldn't have to provide accessibility is if it would fundamentally alter the nature of a program. So, you know, for instance, let's say Parks and Recreation was having a lifeguard certification program, and one of the requirements of that program was you have to be able to swim the length of the pool and back in under 30 seconds. Now, you couldn't fundamentally take that requirement out of that certification program, because that would cause safety concerns and potential other concerns if you were kind of eliminating that fundamental requirement of that program. You know, and another one you could look at for, you know, employment related items, where if you had our firefighters needed to be able to, lift 200 pounds on their shoulders and go up a ladder. Well, you couldn't take away that essential job function of a firefighter to accommodate somebody with a disability because it could pose, a safety concern or a safety issue. And the last one is any financial or administrative burden. So if the cost of doing the accessibility improvement or requirement was so high that it just didn't make sense in kind of the scope of the project. So in that situation, you may change kind of the idea behind what you were going to do to remove that barrier, change the location of the program that you're providing to a more accessible site, and really just try to maximize kind of risk versus reward when you're looking at kind of financial burdens. So another piece of the ADA transition plan is public participation. And in 2020, we actually created a citywide accessibility survey where people could go on the Lawrence Listen tab and actually talk about different accessibility issues that they had throughout the city, specifically in city services or facilities. And out of that public survey, we actually had 50% of the people that responded were people with disabilities, and another, I think it was 28% of the people that responded were either friends or family or caregivers of people with disabilities. So we got a really good turnout for people with disabilities responding on that survey. Also, city boards and commissions. I've gone around to various city boards and commissions and talked about not only my role with the city and kind of what we're looking to address, but to see if they had any questions or concerns or things that they thought we should be looking at. I've also spent some time going around to kind of other city boards throughout the community, whether they be social service boards or different organizations. We also have used the city's website to really ramp up public comment. There's actually a city accessibility portal where you can go and leave a comment at any time or reach out to me directly if there's an issue that you would like us to look at or to address. And all that information is help guides kind of our self-evaluation plan and transition planning. I also work closely with local disability organizations. Lawrence is very fortunate. We have some really good kind of grassroots local disability organizations, and specifically the Access Task Force here in town that actually operates out of Independence Incorporated, and they were instrumental in helping us develop the citywide accessibility survey and really make sure that the questions that we were asking really got to kind of some of the issues that we were looking to address with accessibility in our community. And I'm also a staff advisor on the Lawrence Pedestrian Plan, and they do a lot of great outreach through the MPO and have done a lot in regards to accessibility. Specifically in the right-of-way infrastructure, but have been a great benefit to help guide accessibility conversations. Another steps to the transition plan process is, again, identifying all of our departments, programs, and services and activities. So again, this is where I really leaned on our ADA liaisons to really help kind of identify all those different department programs and services that we operate, which is pretty vast. And then identify any barriers to access or participation. So this is kind of at the programmatic level. Are there any barriers to access to participation in the services or programs that we're providing? Establish an inventory of our physical inventory. So actually take a look at kind of all of our public facing facilities and where are they located, and actually do an assessment of those facilities. And we do that by applying the ADA technical requirements for accessibility, which are the 2010 standards for accessible design. And then we're identifying any physical barriers to access in those facilities. So again, some of the recommendations that we have for the services and programs and activities that the city provides, policies and educations around auxiliary aid requests. So, we have, this is specifically good for new employees that maybe aren't really familiar with, individuals with disabilities coming in and requesting different types of auxiliary aids, but educating them on kind of where that process lies and how to get a hold of my office and to make sure that we have all the auxiliary aid requests processed and handled in an appropriate manner. Also using descriptive text on website and social media accessibility. So as you can see, this picture on the bottom right actually shows some descriptive text. And this is very good for individuals who may use screen readers or have some communication barriers that, especially if we're putting out social media posts that are very picture heavy. Facebook is great, but doesn't have, a whole lot of accessibility features, especially where pictures are concerned. So anytime that you can kind of describe the message that you're trying to get across, especially if the message that you're trying to get across is in the form of a picture. So some different training on that and how we can better improve the items that we're putting out to the community and making sure that we have descriptive text. Also having staff let people be familiar with our ADA grievance form and procedure and how to, again, contact my office. And we have an ADA grievance form, and the procedure is located on the accessibility tab on the website through the city's website portal. Also some additional third-party relay training. Again, this is a newer technology that's really, become more popular in the last handful of years. But if you're a newer staff member and you don't have a whole lot of training on third-party relay, which is actually a certified operator on one end interpreting a call for an individual to the respective party. So it could be, calling a city department. And if you're a new employee and have never taken a third-party relay call, there tends to be kind of a small pause in the beginning of the call. So an individual could think that, it was a missed call or a telemarketer or something like that and could hang up. So really training kind of our staff on what a third-party relay sounds like. ADA notice in all reception areas. So again, we want to make sure that individuals that come into our facilities know that the City of Lawrence does not discriminate on the basis of disability. And again, if they need to contact our ADA office to get any type of auxiliary aids, or if they have a grievance, or if they would like to just provide input on kind of ADA issues, how to reach me in my office. And then ongoing accessibility trainings. I think that's really important as we continue to look at the services that we provide. Recently we had a really good national presenter from the Department of Transportation come in and do a 3-hour right-of-way ADA accessibility and kind of best practice for our field staff, our street staff. We had engineers on there. We had people in planning and development, code enforcement, and we also had local contractors, consultants, and engineering firms that could hop on and do the training as well. And really just to provide some best practices on some different public right-of-way training. So we're kind of all on the same page when we're looking at design and how we want to approach kind of ADA accessibility in our right-of-way infrastructure. So as we looked at our personnel and employment policies, and this was really in collaboration with the Human Resources Department, and luckily the employee policies and employee handbooks is something that gets updated fairly frequently. So there was very few kind of recommendations moving forward. But one of the things is we wanted to make sure that we continued is our disability etiquette training. We actually provided a disability etiquette training for all of our staff, which really kind of hammered down on some of the newer terminology, for people with disabilities, and also different ways to work with, a variety of disabilities. And this was really good for some of our new employees that maybe have never worked in a profession with working with community members with disabilities or coworkers with disabilities. So this has also been included as part of our new employee orientation. Also, develop relationships with organizations serving individuals with disabilities to enhance recruitment. I think that, this is really important. And if the pandemic has taught us anything, it's that we can really use the virtual environment to our advantage. And I think that realizing that there's a lot of different ways that we can do the work that we do, I think has really helped. And knowing that we have kind of that virtual experience where a lot of people that didn't think they could maybe do the job before, realize that they can do it from home or a virtual environment. So there's a lot of ways that we can get the work done that we need to get done. And I think by having those disability organizations on board with us and help with our recruiting process, I think would be a great kind of resource and an avenue for the city. Also, a reasonable accommodations training. We actually did this in collaboration with our human resources department, and we provided a reasonable accommodation training to all of our supervisors and managerial staff on kind of what a reasonable accommodation in the workplace looks like, that collaborative process between an individual with a disability, their supervisor, HR, myself, and kind of the best way that we can make sure that we're meeting the needs of our employees with disabilities. And again, I mentioned kind of the importance of continuing to utilize that virtual environment. So as we kind of take into account all the things that we find through our self-evaluation process, what it really boils down to is we're looking at kind of all of our facility evaluations and where are the deficiencies within our facilities and what are our recommendations for those structural or barrier removals in those facilities. And how are we doing that barrier removal scheduling? So for this transition plan, as you can see, we broke it down into 3 different tiers, high, moderate, and low tiers. And we used a priority approach when we were looking at how we were going to be doing our barrier removal scheduling throughout our facilities. So we looked at things like facilities that had high level of service or had some program uniqueness. You know, for instance, you may have, you know, our outdoor aquatic center is the only outdoor, you know, aquatic center in town. So it has kind of a program uniqueness. City Hall has some kind of unique aspects to it in kind of the business that we perform here. So we looked at all those, and we also wanted to pull in projects that have current CIP funding that already have ADA improvements scheduled or planned to be scheduled in there. So make sure that we were kind of overlapping in our priority approach that made sure that when we had funding available, we were getting the ADA improvements done that we needed to get done. So these next couple slides are just some kind of examples of some of the common things that we found, you know, throughout some of our facilities. You can see an image on the left is one of our restrooms that's missing the back rail and the side handrail, which is used for individuals with mobility devices to transfer on and off. Also, the toilet paper dispensers kind of misplaced. So you can see on the right kind of the difference between inaccessible and accessible. You know, grab bars located in the right spot. You can't see it in this picture, but the toilet paper dispenser is located in the right spot. So that's a very common kind of easy thing to correct throughout the city. Here's another a very common item that we found is lacking tactile signage or otherwise known as braille signage. So you can see the image on the left doesn't have tactile signage to the hinge side of the door, or excuse me, to the latch side of the door that shows permanent room and kind of what that permanent room is. And you can see the one on the right has the appropriate tactile signage. It's located in the right spot adjacent to the latch side of the door. So having the tactile signage is not only important, but the location is important because it indicates where an individual that's needing the tactile signage knows where to look. So they're always going to go kind of latch side of the door, where does the door open, and then feel up to the latch side of the door to feel kind of what is this permanent room designating. So it could be a restroom, it could be a conference room, a commission room, whatever it may be. So that's one of the other items that we'll need to correct throughout some of our facilities. Again, another very common item that's a kind of a low cost item to correct is pipe insulation. So this is mainly important for individuals who use mobility devices as they go to kind of roll under a sink to wash their hands. You know, exposed pipes can cause burns, abrasions, and you can see on the right a really nicely done kind of, and there's a lot of different products out there that you can actually use for kind of wrapping exposed pipes. So again, a fairly easy fix. Here's a really good kind of side-by-side comparison of some of the parks and playground structures that we have. So on the left there, you have a playground area that doesn't have an accessible path leading to the playground area itself, and then you have kind of some wood chips scattered along. And wood chips in and by themselves aren't necessarily inaccessible, but they just really are hard to maintain and to create that stable, firm, slip-resistant kind of path that's really needed for accessibility. And then you have the, image at one of our, that's actually at Holcomb Park on our right there, that has the sidewalk all around the playground structure, as well as the really nice kind of playground surface. Here's another example of one of our community parks that really kind of lacks the accessible route to the playground itself. So, again, there, somebody with a mobility device would have to kind of traverse that grassy knoll there, where you can see on the right, a nice accessible path leading to one of our community playgrounds. So funding for this facility's ADA transition plan is through various capital improvement projects. As I've mentioned, and as you've probably seen as you've looked at a lot of the CIP projects, is there's a variety of projects listed that have ADA improvements on there. So again, taking advantage of kind of when we are going to be in the area doing kind of these capital improvement projects and making sure that we address the ADA issues at that time. We also have the annual ADA improvement program funds, which we can use for some of our kind of readily achievable or kind of low-hanging fruit, if you will, items. Some of which I'd already mentioned, things like adding additional, grab bars, or, rearranging elements in the restrooms, things like that, kind of things that we think that we can address kind of rather quickly. Braille signage would be another one of those items. And then also using kind of in-house support and resources. So we have, our facilities teams, our Parks and Rec teams that will be able to handle kind of a lot of these kind of maintenance or items. So again, putting up, grab bars or realigning elements within a restroom, they'll be able to assist us with. And then grant opportunities. One of the good things about accessibility in the ADA, being around kind of a long time, is there's a lot of different grant opportunities. Specifically, you find this more in kind of Parks and Rec or healthy lifestyle grants. Where anytime you can promote kind of accessibility in parks or recreation. So obviously we're going to, keep our eyes and ears open to, any grant opportunities that may arise. And we are currently in the process of developing our public rights of way transition plan, and that will actually be presented at a separate date. We hope to present that to the commission in 2023, and we are currently just kind of an update on the progress and timeline of that. Is that we're kind of past the data collection point right now and working on kind of cost projections, kind of life expectancy of some of our right-of-way infrastructure. And again, we hope to have some conversations upcoming with the community too around how we want to address our right-of-way infrastructure. And, but again, in lieu of that, kind of that formal transition plan for public rights of way, we really have made some really good efforts and some significant progress on right-of-way infrastructure. For instance, all current street reconstruction projects include adjacent sidewalks and curb ramps meet ADA accessibility. In 2019, the city developed the Sidewalk Improvement Program, which really is meant to, as kind of that first step towards accessibility, but at least kind of taking those trip hazards and safety concerns out of our sidewalks. Through that program, they also do prioritized curb ramp replacement. So curb ramps along priority routes, they actually replace as well as part of that program. Some of the other things that we've done in the public right of way is the Lawrence Transit is taking a lot of great steps on improving bus stop accessibility and comfort. In 2020, Lawrence Transit improved 7 stops with shelters, benches, and boarding pads, and improved 5 additional stops through some of our street maintenance program. In 2021, they did 19 stops, and then 4 additional ones through the street maintenance program. And then obviously the new transit hub, the new transit center will obviously increase some different accessibility and comfort as well as we work to kind of create that transit hub. All right, so here's some examples of items that we'll be kind of looking at in the public right of way, which I'm sure everybody's familiar with the picture on the left. which is kind of deteriorated sidewalk or a sidewalk in disrepair. And as you can see, kind of what the after photo looks like, for a city sidewalk that has been kind of reconstructed, and kind of some of the major differences there. Here, a picture on the left kind of shows kind of a previous bus stop that really just has kind of the bus stop pole, and that's about it. They don't have the accessible boarding in a lighting area, which is actually that small piece of concrete on the right that connects the kind of the sidewalk to the curb. That is actually so an individual can roll kind of directly onto the bus ramp. And as you can see, this shelter has one of the newer bus shelters that you've probably seen throughout the city as well. I know there's a couple different really cool designs out there, but all these shelters also need to make sure that they have the compliant spacing next to the seat there. So you can see there's kind of a cutout that is actually for a mobility device to actually pull up and kind of, so if you and your spouse were going to take the bus and one of you was in a mobility device, they could sit on the bench and you could kind of park right next to them. So that is for a mobility device to go in that space. So you can see kind of some of the differences between kind of accessible and not accessible. So kind of one of the things that we plan to do is update the commission annually on compliance progress. So every year I plan to come back and talk to the commission on where we are in our facilities and kind of the progress we're made, especially as we look through our tier 1 facilities, which will be in the first year, and where we sit. We also have a real-time compliance tracking tool that we are in the process of adding to our accessibility tab portal, where people can actually go on to the accessibility tab and see real-time tracking of where we're at on our facilities and what improvements have been made. So that'll be a really kind of a transparent thing for all the community to see as we're making progress through our different tiers and different facilities. And then, like I'd mentioned, we also have a community-wide and transit grievance procedure and process. The city's ADA grievance procedure is on the ADA accessibility tab on the website. The transit grievance procedure is actually on the transit website, but also is on the attached plan to this. So you can find it kind of in either location. So any time that the transit gets a grievance or an issue that has ADA impacts, they coordinate with my office to make sure that we're handling those appropriately. So how this ties into the strategic plan. So Connected City. So Connected City is our outcome area, and it deals with facilities, infrastructure, assets. So anytime we're talking about whether it's this facility transition plan or our public right-of-way ADA transition plan, we're talking about infrastructure. So it kind of falls within our Connected City outcome area. It also is included in our equity and inclusion in our commitment area. As we obviously looked at kind of underprivileged or marginalized communities, disability is one of those as well. So we want to make sure that we're looking at equitable and greater inclusion in the work that we do here in the city. And actually there's been a lot of great collaboration between myself and the new director of equity inclusion, Dr. Mohammed, and kind of how our work overlaps. And so it's been a really good discussion and collaborative process as we look towards kind of inclusion items throughout our city. So what we're here to do today is to adopt this ADA transition plan for facility services and programs as kind of our standing work plan as we move forward. And then I just wanted to update you on the public right-of-way for the ADA transition plan is forthcoming. And like I said, hopefully we will be presenting that plan in 2023. So with that, I'm willing to answer any questions.
Mayor Shipley, are there any questions from commissioners?
Commissioner Finkelstein, Evan, thanks for that presentation. Thanks for the plan. It's a great plan. Appreciate your work on that and appreciate the presentation. And I know you laid out the tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3, and you talk about those in relation to when we're going to accomplish them. I guess I was a little more curious about how, one parking lot at, the softball fields or a tier 2 as opposed to a tier 1?
Yeah, so one of the things that we looked at kind of in our prioritization process again was facilities that had really high level of use. Some of our higher tier items may have been areas that also had the most urgent work necessary. It could have been areas that also had upcoming CIP projects. So we kind of looked at all those and tried to put those into all of our tiers and take those factors all into consideration, so we can, essentially get the most bang for our buck. But I do, again, this is kind of a snapshot in time, these facilities transition plans. A lot of things can change, priorities can change. And so we really want to make sure that we're being, as transparent as possible. So, if we get funding, opportunities arise for a facility that we have in tier 3, we may say, hey, we're going to move this up and make sure that we address the ADA issues in that tier 3 facility. Also, we, like I'd mentioned, we had a number of facilities that needed some additional Braille signage. So instead of going facility by facility, we may, do a bulk order of the tactile or Braille signage needed for all the facilities that had. So we may be achieving some of the items within tier 3, but, so some items may be addressed quicker than others, just depending. Obviously in a perfect world, we get all these items addressed as quickly as possible. But obviously I know there's a lot of competing priorities and projects going on. So just to kind of have a transparent plan on how we are going to prioritize and try to move through these facilities the best we can. I don't know if that answers your question, hopefully.
Oh, Commissioner Finkelstein, yes, it did. And it, certainly looking through that plan, the list was longer than I thought it would, I guess, it's longer than I thought it would be. I guess it's a very comprehensive list. So there is a lot of work to do. I appreciate coming up with it, and I appreciate that we're going to work towards solving it.
Yeah, and I do want to stress, Evan Carenta, city's ADA compliance administrator, that you're right. That list, just at first glance, and especially if people go to look at our tracking tool, kind of on the website, they'll say, oh my, there's kind of a lot. But I think I want to caution everybody. A lot of the items on that list kind of are those readily achievable, fairly easy to address items. There may be a lot of them, but you may have kind of a facilities department that just spends an afternoon and they can knock out quite a few items just on a couple different facilities. So, but again, knowing that staff time is is hard to come by. I wanted to make sure that we gave ourselves enough time. I didn't want to kind of overshoot and underdeliver.
Yeah, this is Vice Mayor Larson. Ryan, thanks very much. Evan, I'm sorry. Thanks very much for this report. I did not realize that it was that our ADA program, that we had such an in-depth ADA program. So it's great to hear. And I've been on the commission for almost 6.5 years, and this is the first time I've heard a report that details what our ADA program is. So I really do appreciate very much. It's been very enlightening. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Larson.
This is Commissioner Sellers. Thank you, Evan, for providing the overview of today's plan. I do have a couple of questions in regards to the grievance process and the grievance procedure, because I know it's noted in the report. There's the procedure, and then there's a mention at the end in regards to Human Rights Commission. So can you just explain to me what the ADA grievance procedure looks like and how that either parallel, dovetails, intersects with the grievance process as related to the Human Relations Commission?
Yeah, great question, Evan Carenta, ADA Compliance Administrator. So the ADA grievance procedure is really for, if somebody had an issue with a community member had an issue with a city facility or service or program, the Human Relations Commission would really be for an employee that had a discrimination grievance, which, they would obviously want to have that through the Human Relations Commission in Topeka versus kind of our city, because there would be a kind of a conflict of interest. So that's kind of the difference there between the two. That's really more for employees that are, having an employment discrimination issue that they would go through the Human Relations Commission in Topeka.
Thank you, Evan. This is Commissioner Sellers. And so the grievance advice review board that is mentioned in the document that pertains to grievances that community members bring in regards to city accommodations and things of that nature.
Yeah, Evan Correnta, City ADA Compliance Administrator. Yeah, and you know, in a perfect world, I would, you know, knock on wood, we've had the grievance procedure up on the website now for a couple of years, and we haven't had a formal grievance. You know, I would hope that, you know, people could just reach out to me directly and we could talk through any accommodation items before it got to the grievance procedure. The grievance procedure is really if, you know, we made an accommodation or changed the way that we provided a service and the individual still had a grievance or didn't think that we met kind of, you know, the needs or things that they were looking to achieve, so they could actually kind of take it kind of one step higher in the process. But you know, luckily we haven't got to that point yet. But that's kind of the intent behind that.
Thank you. Again, this is Commissioner Sellers. And so, Evan, to that point, do we have, and this is my own ignorance and just, you know, projecting my own privilege as far as ableism and whatnot, do we have signage anywhere, whether it's a sticker or something that says if you have concerns about ADA concerns, access, accessibility, whatnot, to go to this website, scan this QR code or something like that?
Yeah, Evan Correnta, ADA Compliance Administrator. Yeah, great question. You know, as you noticed in one of the recommendations that I had for, you know, kind of the services that we provide was kind of adding additional ADA notices into lobby areas. And that's really, you know, a lot of times you'll see kind of ADA notices or anti-discrimination notices on kind of those 7-in-1 employment posters that you'll see kind of, you know, back for employment areas. But yes, we do have the ADA notice on the city's website, and a lot of the communications that we put out, you know, talks about, you know, how to request, you know, alternate aids or different ways to accommodate communication needs. But again, that is kind of one of the recommendations that I have for our services, making sure that ADA notice is kind of in all of our, you know, public spaces, the information that we put out, you know, that, hey, if you need, you know, an accommodation request or you have, you know, you want something in a different format, please feel free to reach out to my office. And there's actually kind of a procedure, how to request aids. You know, obviously, you know, if you're looking for something to be brailled, you know, the sooner the better, because to turn around something to be brailled, you know, in the next couple hours is going to be difficult, because anything like that would be contracted out. But again, you know, we want to be as accommodating as we can, given the, you know, whatever the situation may be. So there is kind of a procedure on our website as well on kind of how soon to ask for different accommodation needs for different ways of communication.
Thank you, Evan. And last, this is Commissioner Sellers. I just want to say, again, thank you for putting this together. This is no small feat. And, you know, when looking at equity, inclusion, and diversity work, you want to look at how you operationalize on a basis of people, policy, program, and pedagogy. And I am looking through the document and taking some time to look through look through the pieces. I feel like this touches on that and creates that operationalization that we're looking for. So thank you for this work, and thank you for putting together and doing the collaborative work within city staff to do it. I appreciate this.
Thank you.
Commissioner,
Go ahead.
I was just going to jump in. Commissioner Littlejohn, Evan, great to see you again, and I'm happy to see the evolution of this. I think I first saw you with Parks and Rec,
Yes.
and I know that there are quite a few facilities from Parks and Rec and buildings and spots on Parks and Rec on there. So I'm glad to see that relationship is great. I just had one quick question, and outstanding work. What have you been able to track any sort of responses you've been getting to the city's accessibility portal?
You know, to be honest, we haven't really had a whole lot of comments that have come in through the accessibility portal. Just a little background, I guess, kind of on me. I've been in the disability field now for you know, about 14 plus years, and worked at a disability resource and rights outfit before joining the city. So a lot of the individuals I already had kind of a good relationship with in the organizations I already had. So they contact me directly and and will give me feedback. So yeah, so not so much on the portal, but hopefully this presentation too kind of helps highlight that, hey, if people have comments or concerns or any questions, I'm always happy to kind of talk about my experience, or meet you where you are and figure out kind of what are you seeing, what are areas that we could do to improve. I think that's one of the main things too. We're not only looking at kind of meeting minimum ADA requirements, but are we looking at best practices and things that we can do to kind of be a really inclusive community that people look towards and say, hey, I really want to be like Lawrence, or look at the cool things that Lawrence is doing. So that's kind of the vision that I have, and I think that everybody on our ADA team has too. And it's been a good process so far. And yes, you're the Parks, when you were on the Parks and Rec board, I think that was the first board that I ever presented to at the city. So I was very nervous. So thank you for being my guinea pig.
Absolutely, absolutely. I tried. You did a great job, and you're continuing to. So I'm really happy to see the results, and I look forward to the progress we can make on this. So thank you again, Evan. I appreciate it.
Thank you again. Mayor Shipley, I did want to kind of make a little bit of a connection with some questions already asked by Commissioner Sellers. Your accountability portal, the ADA grievance form, something that I get complaints about a lot is people who maybe have a temporary impediment, like they break a leg or they had a heart attack and now they're trying to walk in their neighborhood more or something like that. And they notice, as you can imagine, things they've never noticed before. So a concern I had since this first time I learned there was an accessibility portal, they might use the C-click fix, and that it may go to MSO but not come to you. Can you talk to me about how we're if we're synergizing those things well so that you're getting that kind of information?
Evan Carenta, ADA Compliance Administrator. Yeah, I think that city leaders were very smart and purposely put me in MSO. So I'm kind of a known commodity. So if an issue like that were to come across on C-click fix, they would probably just walk across the hall and tell me to take a look at that if there was an ADA item. But you're right. I mean, I think that as we look at ADA and accessibility issues in our community, a lot of times the first time that people really start to think about it is when they've had something happen to them, right? Or they have a family member, or maybe they have knee surgery, and now they're like, wow, it's really difficult getting around in a wheelchair or with crutches, or oh yeah, door pressure, the weight of a door really does matter. So yeah, I think that it's important, and that's one of the main things when we're looking at building kind of universal design and accessibility within our community is accessibility doesn't just benefit people using wheelchairs or walkers. It really encompasses kind of all walks of life, whether that be little kids walking to school, learning to ride the bike, visiting the Lawrence Public Library, retirees. Unfortunately, as it's kind of natural as you get older, your mobility goes down, and at some point there's limitations that come with everybody. So I think that kind of as we look at kind of city facilities, city services, and city infrastructure, as we will in our public right-of-way transition plan, is how do we make the most accessible, usable infrastructure for kind of all of our community, not just individuals with disabilities. So yeah, I think that's something that, again, hopefully the whole community will buy into.
Thanks very much. I appreciate that. I did want to just take a moment to, as I often do, compliment Parks and Rec. In my experience, one of my kids does have kind of a limitation, and I didn't realize how much Parks and Rec does, not just in their equipment, but even in their classes. Once they know that there's some additional help that you need, that is available. And that's pretty incredible. I don't know what it's like in other communities, but I was astounded to learn really how committed they are to making those services available. So I always want to give that compliment. And you also reminded me of something, since we're on the topic about, I hate to say the S word, but sidewalks, which is that we also need to watch what's happening at the state level. I'm learning from my new teammate, Commissioner Sellers. There's some legislation that's somehow carrying along that would allow delivery vehicles on our sidewalks. So I hope that you're paying attention. Oh yeah, it made it through Senate somehow. So Amazon, for example, they could have a vehicle that does delivery and they would utilize our sidewalks more or less as a highway. I have very serious concerns about that for pedestrians and people like my children who have accessibility issues. So I hope we're all watching that. Any other questions before we make sure there's no public comment? Okay, Sherry, is there anyone there left who is interested in commenting on this?
No, Mayor.
Is there anyone online that you see, Sherry?
No.
Okay. Very good. Let's bring this back to we do need to accept this. Any further discussion?
Commissioner Larson, I would be willing to make a motion. I move to adopt the Americans with Disabilities Act Transition Plan for Facilities, Services, and Programs.
Commissioner Sellers, I second.
Mayor Shipley, I have a first and a second. Vice Mayor Larson.
Aye.
Commissioner Sellers.
Aye.
Commissioner Finkeldye.
Aye.
Commissioner Littlejohn.
Aye.
Mayor Shipley, aye. That passes 5-0. Thank you all very much. Thank you so much, Evan. That was edifying, I'm certain, for all of us.
Thank you.
Next, we have commission items. Is there any commission items commissioners would like to bring up at this time?
Commissioner Littlejohn, I have a quick one. I just wanted to go ahead and thank Parks and Rec staff, Derek Rogers and Mitch Young, for all their help and all their work with the temporary winter shelter in the community center. I thought it was outstanding, and I thought they did a great job under the circumstances, and I really appreciated the way they pitched in. And I didn't want to leave out that I know of a certain commissioner that also was pitching in as well, and I wanted to thank them for being a remarkable and a great example in the community. So I just want to make sure that was out there.
Commissioner Finkeldye, second that motion. I mean, thanks for that, and for the volunteers. You know, there's a lot of long-term volunteers, a lot of people who spend a lot of time working there alongside our folks, and so appreciate them as well.
Thank you. Any further commissioner items? All righty, that brings us to the city manager's report, which is full of stuff. What you got, Craig?
Good evening again, City Manager Craig Owens. There are several items on here that have some significance. I wanted to draw your attention to the timeline and analysis for the tobacco-related items. We've done some preliminary research and are kind of updating the time frame that we think it'll take there. If you have kind of a different direction, that would be good to know, but otherwise you'll be seeing it back in here in a few months when we can conduct a little bit more research. There was a request in January, I think, of last year January to bring back a homeowners association update, kind of some background information on homeowners associations, neighborhood associations, kind of their history here locally, nationally. And I want to commend our PDS staff that put that together. It was very deep dive on that, but that was hopefully satisfies the the request that we had. The budget calendar, seems like we just got done with one, but we're back into it. So if you'd please review that calendar and love any feedback on it that you may have. I know that there's a request to try and get some engagement points going a little bit earlier, and hopefully this satisfies that. But if there's some additional information that you'd like to do, we'd certainly love to hear that feedback so we can get everything scheduled. The other one I'll draw your attention to is a lot of great work by a number of team members led by Diane Stoddard on putting a lot of different grants together quickly and getting them to the state. There's more opportunities with the federal government ahead, but there was a pretty tight deadline to try and get those things in. I know a lot of other public and private partners in the community are also doing a lot of work to try and submit grant applications. So we've been supportive of that as well. With all of that, I'll answer any questions you may have.
Commissioner Finkel, Commissioner Finkel, you just had you didn't even highlight my favorite one on the list, which is changing the temporary permits from ordinances to resolutions, so we don't have 2 readings and we don't have the cost of publication. I've been involved with some, I mean, I didn't know that was possible, but I've been involved with some nonprofits over the time that you're racing the clock to try to get those 2 readings in and get it published in time. And so appreciate Sherry bringing that up. I think that's seems small, but it's a big deal to, I'm sure, not only our staff, but as well as to the people who are requesting it. So thanks for that as well.
Yeah, this is Vice Mayor Larson, and I really do want to thank Diane for that summary of the various grants that we are applying for. It was great to see that all in place, and just the amount of potential funding that we can maybe latch onto for some of our programs. And I would love to see an update like that every once in a while, just to see where we're at with them. I thought that was really, really helpful for me. And then also the one on the homeowners associations, I was really surprised at the amount of statutes that are out there for them. And I know I live in a homeowners association, and I've already passed this on to our president because I think it's really important for those associations to understand, you know, what's behind it and how it works. So I really appreciate that summary. That was good.
Mayor Shipley, one thing that wasn't included with that, and that was incredible, there is a historic document that's somewhere at the city. I might have Bobby send it to you, Commissioner Larson, that talks specifically about homeowners associations and their space in racism and white supremacy, specifically in our community, that you might find interesting. I was also interested to learn, I have read a lot about them, but I do occasionally get calls from people in the community who don't understand them. And I was surprised to learn that they're difficult to dissolve. I found that to be a very, I kind of thought, well, once they go away, then they go away. But no, that's not the situation. I've had people call me and tell me that after living somewhere 12 years, they were suddenly contacted to say they owed back dues. So those are the kinds of things that can happen with those situations. So I hope we all think very hard about whether we try to discourage their use, and certainly in negative situations.
Vice Mayor Larson, I might just add to that, Mayor, that when you're talking about the some of the negative aspects of it, our homeowners association, I've been living in this neighborhood for over 20 years, and it came to light that our covenants actually had racist language in it, and we obviously, once we figured that out, we had it removed by a vote, but it's definitely in there. There was very strong racist language within our own covenants, which was to me, it was just I was shocked. So like I said, we were able to get it removed, but it's definitely in there.
This is Commissioner Sellers. I had a couple of points to make on a few of the city manager report items. I know in the report from Ms. Garcia in regards to the TRL language, I know seeing the July deadline kind of sunk my heart a little bit. Just based on just my own calculation, I was hoping we could kind of get that a little bit sooner. I don't know if that was just a reconciliation between conversations between Live Well and the groups and Ms. Garcia. But I did want to note there in her following items, item number 5, whether to include hookah as a prohibited item or practice. We did discuss that in the meeting, but it wasn't in regards to hookah. It was the language said e-cigarettes and e-hookahs. E-hookahs are not the same as traditional hookahs. And so I don't know if that's a point of clarification, something to note, but I did see that and I wanted to ensure that we weren't looking at adding hookahs per se to this discussion because the language talked about e-hookahs, which are totally different and have nothing to do with the traditional hookahs. So I saw that and just, I know for a fact that when that came up, there were a couple of commissioners that had paused for that, and I did interject and say that e-hookah is not the same as a hookah. So I just want to ensure we're not addressing that in any follow-up reports because there's no need to, because that wasn't part of the discovery piece for this. In regards to the HOA and the restrictive covenances, I to the mayor's point, I know the report that was put together by Avery and Jeff, very exhaustive and is a good educational tool for those who are not familiar. And I do appreciate the work that was taken into that. At the point at the end that says, yes, this would be a heavy lift and we really don't have any policy or position on how to operationalize this. And whether it is the will of, or at least the thoughts or consideration of the commission to look at to see what that would look like, or to at least charge one of our commissions to look into that if that's something that we want to take the step. I know that Vice Mayor Larson discussed how her homeowners association did that personally and did that amongst themselves. Is it something that we want to look at? I don't know. But I thought it would be, this falls under, in my opinion, it falls under the purview of our Human Relations Commission. And this could be something that this group, if they wanted to take on that task, or if we wanted to charge them with taking on the task of how other municipalities have addressed this and in partnership with their counties or just on their own or with their homeowner associations. I think that that's something to be considered. So, and then last but certainly not least, I was waiting for this report and in regards to the submissions to state funding in regards to BASE and for Spark. I think I've talked Craig to death on this with great advocacy. And I'm excited to see that our projects, our shovel-ready projects are being added to the discussion and that we have community partners who are adding their shovel-ready projects to these discussions, because again, this is our opportunity to get a piece of $800 million in money. And so I know it's not a big pot, but it is a pot of money that could do some real impactful things and move us strategically on several of our master plans. So thank you, Diane. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Craig, on these reports. And that's all I have.
Mayor Shipley, any further comments from commission? Let's make sure there's no public comment because this is a public comment item. Oh, look, there's someone. I actually can see everyone now. Michael Allman.
Yes, Mayor Shipley, thank you. I am back again. Michael Allman, 1311 Prairie Avenue. And I'm pretty excited about the Homeowners Association report. I've been watching the future agenda items for a while, waiting for this. So I think it's a really big deal. And it's very well done, as far as I can tell. It looks at so many different land tenure models that I didn't realize there were so many different kinds, but kinds like the neighborhood associations, for example, and the HOAs, this common interest communities, and then something called a community land trust. Those are ones where the property owner owns the house as well as the land, whereas in co-housing projects or condominiums or the community housing trust that Tenants to Homeowners has, the homeowner owns the structure, but not the land. I find that very fascinating. And it's, to me, I see value in this as far as operationalizing it, like Commissioner Sellers asked. I see implications for affordable housing in that if we are indeed going to be able to spread affordable housing around town, there are homeowners associations with restrictions, particularly like for double density, for example, but maybe in other ways. And also I'm working with the Sustainability Advisory Board and one of their committees developing natural landscaping ordinance. And some of the talk was to have natural landscaping required in new developments to some percent of the property. That may be totally off limits for a homeowners association. So as far as land use goes, what the city wants to accomplish and what might be out there for deed restrictions that would be obstructions to that, that might be something that I think would be worth looking into to, I don't know how it would be operationalized, but those are some of the implications that I see in this. So I really appreciate this. And I was wondering what the request was to bring this forth and what the real intent is going forward to make use of this. So thank you for the planning staff and the commission both, and the city manager and all. I think it's a great report.
Thank you. Do you see anyone else, Sherry, for public comment on this item?
No, I don't, Mayor.
Thank you. Then that brings us to the calendar. Any items commissioners need to discuss for our calendar? I'm not hearing anything, which of course brings us to the end of our lovely evening together.
Vice Mayor Larson, I move to adjourn.
Commissioner Finkel, I second.
Mayor Shipley, I hear a first and a second. Vice Mayor Larson.
Aye.
Commissioner Finkeldye.
Aye.
Commissioner Littlejohn.
Aye.
Commissioner Sellers.
Aye.
Mayor Shipley, aye. Thank you all so much. Have a great evening. Be safe.
Yep.